We're telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area. Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started a routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red.
Let me get my stuff together here. Pat Ward. Okay. We're calling our meeting to order, March 25th Board of Supervisors meeting. And I'm going to ask our distinguished guest, Pat Ward, to lead us in the pledge. Fantastic. That was a robust pledge. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Chair Hall, we do have one change. Agenda item number 20, which is SR 25-0126, Social Services Eligibility and Employment Week, is being removed from consideration. It will be brought forward to a board meeting in April.
Great, thank you very much. All right, then we are going to move straight into the consent calendar. Today there are items 1 through 18. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial, so we'll act upon them at one time without any discussion. Do any board members have any items they want to remove? No? Okay. And they were going to open public comment on items 1 through 18, and if you want to call in with any comments on that, do so now. Any comments on items 1 through 18? Madam Clerk, any phone callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment on consent, and I'll call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes. Thank you. That's been passed. So we'll move on. I think we're going right into, wait a minute. We have a presentation first. Sorry about that. Okay. We're going to give a certificate of recognition celebrating Rotary Club of Grass Valley for over 100 years of Rotary service above self to the citizens of Nevada County. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Lisa Swarthout, to introduce the item.
So good morning. It gives me great pleasure to get to sit up here today as a Grass Valley Rotarian and award the certificate to my Rotary Club of Grass Valley. I think Jesse and Sean, are you guys gonna, if you want to come down to the hot seats? Come on, Jesse, you've been there many times. I'm gonna read the certificate because I think it really captures the essence of what this Rotary Club and Rotary in general is all about. I joined the club, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I can't remember, 2021, I think. And while I have a difficult time making it to the meetings, I am a very committed Rotarian, and it's been great to work with all of you and all the people. I've really enjoyed talking with Pat and him sharing his stories when he was the only board analyst for Nevada County, and he used to have to do all the agenda work. So the stories have been great. I really appreciate that. And there's actually several members of our county staff who are part of the club. So the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Rotary Club of Grass Valley, California on their centennial celebration for over 100 years of Rotary service above self to the citizens of Nevada County. In 1925, 25 local leaders in Grass Valley, inspired by Rotary International's commitment to public service, ethical business practices, and fellowship, started a Rotary Club dedicated to improving their community. Throughout the years, the club has prioritized addressing local community needs. Early projects include support for scouting with members, support for minors, and donating to charitable causes, especially those which helped with medical costs for residents in need. As the organization grew, projects remained focused on enhancing the quality of life for residents in the region, even during challenging economic periods. The club prioritized paying for surgeries, medical care, transportation, and related medical costs for deserving youngsters in the county. Additionally, ongoing financial support was provided to the Salvation Army, Boy Scouts, Red Cross, Minor Relief Funds, Christmas Children Funds, and the Infantile Paralysis Fund. During World War II, the club supported the war effort through various initiatives, such as organizing blood drives, collecting scrap metal, helping military families, supporting troops at Camp Beale, scouting events, and the development of an athletic field at the fairgrounds. I wonder what happened to that. Post-war, the club also became increasingly involved in Rotary International's global initiatives, including efforts to combat polio through vaccination programs, international exchange programs for students and professionals, and disaster relief efforts around the world. Into the 21st century, the club has prioritized environmental sustainability, such as projects promoting recycling, conservation, and renewable energy. Throughout its 100 years of service to the community, the members have remained committed to the values and principles that have guided the club since its inception. Therefore, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in congratulating and celebrating the Rotary Club of Grass Valley for its many contributions to the citizens of Grass Valley and Nevada County during its 100-year history of Rotary service, and wishes it well as it continues its long tradition of Rotary service above self. So thank you for all the things that the club is doing in the community, and some great events coming up. I believe the bike ride is in June, and then we just did our casino night event in February, and the club is very active in youth activities and all the things that we've talked about in this certificate of recognition. So I'd love to open it up if you guys have any comments.
On behalf of Grass Valley Rotary, I'd like to thank Nevada County. It's been a long storied history here, and we look forward to many more years of providing service above self.
Thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I would also like to thank the board for recognizing this. I mean, I think it's important. I would echo those comments by Sean, and just only having been involved in Rotary for the past few years, moving into Nevada County, it's just truly impressive the amount of good work that people like Pat Ward and so many others in this Rotary Club, and then Rotary Clubs across Nevada County, I mean, across America, internationally. I didn't have much of a background in Rotary, so just the amount of work that they do on behalf of the community, selfless work is truly impressive, and to think that this has been going on for 100 years in Nevada County is certainly worth the recognition. So again, thank you to the board at large.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just turn to my colleagues for comments as well. But most communities need volunteer organizations like this, but we excel at that in Nevada County. So many great voluntary organizations. The Rotaries have been amazing. How many projects you do locally and across the globe, and to have survived for 100 years through everything is also really impressive. Cannot appreciate you more, you and all the folks who participate in the Rotaries and give a lot of their time. So I want to thank you as well for that great achievement. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Sue. Do you want to comment on this?
No, just congratulations and thank you for the continued work. There's many of Rotaries that you guys, that everyone's spun off from as our little communities, and just the work and the camaraderie that goes into that. I totally enjoy my time there. So thanks for doing what you do, and continued wishes for good stuff in Nevada County and the world, actually. So thank you.
Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations. I have a funny Rotary story in Grass Valley Rotary. I'm a Rotarian, longtime Rotarian, and I just wanted to thank all the Rotarians in the world. It's incredible. It's fun because you go to a Rotary meeting and it's like a club of like-minded individuals. It's fun, but you're also doing something to help somebody else. And I always marvel at how much time Rotarians put into that endeavor. I mean, there's people that'll come between a meeting one week and then come back the next week, and they've described all the things they've done, and it's truly incredible. And giving away money, right, to charitable organizations and supporting the community. My first meeting to Grass Valley Rotary, I had won in the primary, but I wasn't seated yet, and so I reached out to Ed because we also were on Big Brothers Big Sisters, and he invited me to Rotary. So our club has this tradition of never letting a guest buy their own lunch. So I couldn't bring Jesse as a guest. Jesse can't buy his lunch. I have to pay for his lunch. So when I went into the breakfast meeting, I looked at Ed, which I didn't really know Ed, and I said, "Do you guys have a tradition here of not letting guests buy lunch?" And he looked at me and he just said, "Nope." And I thought it was great, and we started laughing anyway. I told him later that we have a tradition, so then when he came to my Rotary in Truckee, which everybody knows Ed Schofield in Truckee Rotary. So it was really fun. Rotary is awesome, and in the long-term philanthropic kind of endeavors of Rotary to provide clean water and to solve polio are absolutely miraculous. If you're not familiar with that story, basically the eradication of polio and many of its kind of ancillary effects were kind of taken on by Rotary as this global piece, and it's truly amazing. And so anyway, thanks to Rotary and thanks to Grass Valley. I hope to come back and I'll pay for my lunch. And I'm not wearing my Rotary pin, so I owe you a fine. You can fine me. I'm a terrible Rotarian.
Hardy, if you come to Grass Valley Rotary, I'll buy your lunch.
Oh, nice, thanks. Okay, and I'll do the same in Truckee. But yeah, I'm a terrible Rotarian. I go like every third meeting, and when I'm there, I owe a lot of money. And so I just pay. I stopped making excuses. Now I just pay for it. But congratulations to you and to 100 years.
Rob?
Yeah, what a great organization. Thanks, Lisa, for bringing this. I've got fond memories. So my dad was a Rotarian for 20 plus years alongside Ed in the 80s and 90s. And it's kind of telling. I look back at my childhood, and kind of the two constants were he was going to be off flying every week as an airline and Air Force pilot, and he was going to be at Rotary. And they were like, very important to him. And beside the local community stuff, which is awesome, Hardy kind of mentioned the kind of global scale of it. And I know he really enjoyed, he'd be out of town on a trip flying for United, and he was going to miss it here, the meeting, so he would attend one in various other cities and towns. And I think he really felt that camaraderie. So it's not just here, it's all over. So what a great organization. And keep up the good work.
Thanks. And I'll have to add that I was supposed to join the Nevada City Rotary, and I tried so hard. They were so great. Like, no, it's okay if you can't make all the meetings. And I would look at the calendar, like the next 6 meetings I couldn't make. So I just said, I can't do it. But I really look forward someday to joining as well. Allison, did you want to make a comment on this too?
No, I'm a member of the Nevada City Rotary and really appreciate the work. But you just look at this crowd, and I just see the people are here representing Rotary are just providing leadership on so many levels, professionally, and then post and retirement. I mean, Marsha and Monty and Pat, you just continue that sense of public service into your retirement, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment on this item. Anybody want to comment on the 100-year anniversary of Grass Valley Rotary? Any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We don't have to take a vote, but we'd love to take a photo. So why don't you guys come up? All right, that was excellent. I love it when we can start off with a positive. And see, now we're going to go into public comment. So members of the public shall be allowed to address the board on items not appearing on today's agenda. So if there's something on the agenda you want to talk about, you have to save your comment for that item, please. The speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. And you get one bite at the apple one time for 3 minutes. And if you want to call in to make comments, please start calling in now so we can put you in line. And let's open it up.
Hi, my name is Zach, and I'm here today to urge the county to take immediate and meaningful action to protect our community from the escalating threat to our human and civil rights posed by the federal government. I'm aware that there's a plan to share information on immigration and deportation for the next Board of Supervisors meeting on the 8th. And I'm requesting that, in addition, the county draft and share new policies of non-cooperation and protection for our community. The federal government is illegally detaining and deporting citizens and non-citizens alike, and some are being targeted directly for speaking in opposition to the administration. This is extremely serious and dangerous. The conditions that people are being held in within the U.S., as well as in the Darien Gap in Panama and in El Salvador's infamous CCOT prison, are inhumanely brutal and deplorable. There's a lot of our community can and must do now to protect people here. The impact is already being felt in this community, and residents are moving into the shadows out of fear. Some things that should be included in this policy are that county resources will not be used for the enforcement of federal immigration law, that no agreement under Section 287G of the INA to deputize local law enforcement to enforce immigration laws be approved, that a standard of non-cooperation with civil detention retainers be adopted, and that anyone processed through our criminal justice system information be protected, that access to essential services and programs be guaranteed, and that no public employee may inquire about individuals' immigration status, and that no law enforcement officers may assist or cooperate with ICE investigations or actions. ICE and CBP are actively working outside of the law and legal framework, and this overreach must be taken seriously and proactively. If civil rights aren't enough of a reason, a study in 2017 showed that cities and counties that adopted sanctuary policies had lower crime rates, higher median household income, 2.3% lower poverty rates, 2.6% lower rates of dependence on public assistance, 2.5% higher labor force participation, 1.1% lower unemployment, and 3.1% higher employment to population ratios. There's a lot of people in the community already working on this. I'm sure you know who they are. I hope you know who they are. Please reach out to them. It's extremely important that we act quickly and creatively, and maybe a little outside of our comfort zone, because the threats are really dire and they are not going to get less dire. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Shirley Osgood here from District 3. Yes, what Zach said. I'm there on all of that, but I can't move on from the other issue that is burning in my heart. What did I do last week? I spent 5 hours trying to give my opinion about what our tax dollars are doing in Gaza to Palestinians, to Kevin Kiley. I stood in line 3.5 hours upstairs, and I can't remember what the other hour was, or hour and a half. I called him on the phone. I stood out on the street. I called our president. I called our senators. And nobody at any of those levels seems to be concerned. I went to the Indivisible meeting at the Miners Foundry, and I missed the first few minutes and I missed the last few minutes, but for the over hour that I was there, I never heard anyone speak up for Gaza or Palestine. Yes, what's happening in our federal government is incredibly important, but I can't move on because I know that my tax money, probably yours too, and many people here, paid for the killing last week of 270 children out of the 700 Palestinians that were killed. This is babies. We're talking babies being blown to smithereens with our tax money and our weapons. I can't move on from this. There have been over 50,000 Palestinians killed since October 7th, and mostly women, children, innocent civilians. This is only people that we can name, where body parts identifiable were brought into the hospitals. This doesn't include the children that were blown to smithereens with no, as we used to say during Vietnam days, which I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember, no remains. People with no remains. They were blown to smithereens or they're buried under the rubble. Why is it our business? We have a local Air Force base that is a supreme ISR base, which is supporting our allies around the globe, no doubt Israel. And perhaps some of you have heard of the term collective responsibility. When part of a group that you belong to is doing something that you know is not right, you need to collectively speak out. The United States of America is part of our group.
Thank you, Shirley.
Hi, my name's Don Fraser. I live in Nevada City. I've come up here and spoken a number of times asking for a ceasefire and arms embargo resolution. There was a so-called ceasefire in Gaza, but the Israelis broke it and have renewed the carnage. It was really a surprise attack in the early morning hours F-16s and F-35s attacking people sleeping in tents. I mean, this is equivalent to shooting fish in a rain barrel. These people have no air defense systems. They're civilians. They can't fight back. This is ridiculous that we support this. They cut off the electricity. They cut off the food supply. There's no tents coming in. There's no medical supplies coming in. And there's no water. 2 million people. The aquifer is contaminated. You're going to have thousands of people dying of dehydration. Maybe it's more humane to bomb them. I don't know. This situation is terrible. And then in the West Bank, the genocide just moved over there. Every single day, settlers come into the villages and attack Palestinians. Now, I don't know. Maybe some of you have lost land to eminent domain. How would you like it if you lost land to somebody with a gun? Get out of your house. I saw a video not very long ago of an Israeli settler taking over a Palestinian home, and when the Palestinians were protesting, he said, "If I don't do it, somebody else will." How can we support this? Our tax dollars are supporting this. And maybe our county government's supporting it too. We might be investing directly in Israel. I suggest you check that out and see. We have investments all over. I don't know what they are. But if county government money is investing directly in Israel, that's even worse. I ask that you write up a ceasefire resolution, an arms embargo resolution, and pass it. We need to morally be on the right side of this issue. There'll be people that tell you it doesn't matter. What does matter, where we stand and what we stand for. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Gottesman. I'm here from Jewish Voice for Peace and the Peace and Justice Center of Nevada County. I'm a District 1 resident, and I'm here because now that it's really clear that the Holocaust in Gaza has resumed after a ceasefire, which wasn't really a ceasefire, I just am here to say that unfortunately it looks like all of you are missing in action on this Holocaust. We need you to pass a resolution to join the hundreds of other local communities that are saying that this is not the way we want our tax dollars to be used. None of these atrocities can happen without the air power, the bombs, the planes that our tax dollars are providing. Just this week, there were almost 1,000 casualties from bombing of refugee camps and hospitals, and those casualties are going to be people who die because in Gaza there's no antiseptic, there is no antibiotics, there's no anesthesia, so you have children having their limbs amputated with no anesthesia. This is what we are doing with our tax dollars, and this is why you need to step out of the local idea of what your jobs are, and why you need to say, not in our name. We also have a First Amendment problem. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Mahmoud Khalil case, where the green card holder was abducted and sent to ICE prison for deportation for speaking out against Israeli policy. This is coming back to haunt us in our own communities. I already know of people who've been silenced by this, and citizens are next. Who paid for that to happen? Her name is Miriam Adelson. She's the largest donor to the Republican Party in the United States. She's the largest donor to the Trump campaigns. She's an Israeli citizen who operates an organization called the Maccabee Task Force, and their mission is to try to eliminate criticism of Israeli policy in the United States. And we need you to stand up.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good morning. Michael Taylor, District 1. 2 weeks ago, I talked about payrolls. 2 weeks ago, Heidi, you talked about Transparent California as not accurately documenting payrolls on certain cases, whether it be salaries or benefits. And I just wanted to point out that Transparent California simply publishes what municipals issue to the state of California. It accurately reflected you had 2 full-time jobs for your first 2 terms. It also is accurately demonstrating that there's 30 employees that are getting paid more than the sheriff and the undersheriff. I highly recommend that you guys take a look and try to figure out how in the world there's 30 people that are making more than the sheriff or the undersheriff. Amy Irani, it makes more than sheriff. Craig Rishbach, OES director, or used to be, makes a lot more than the sheriff or the undersheriff. These payrolls are out of control. I brought this up 3 years ago when Ed Schofield was the chair. I said to Ed, we don't know, they've doubled in 6 years. Where are we going to be in 6 years? Mr. Taylor, we know where we'll be in 6 years. Nope. So right now, you guys are negotiating senior county staff's payrolls here in the very near future. I'd like to point out or suggest, I'm running out of time. I'd like to point out and suggest, we also are looking at the budget right now. I'd like to suggest that the 8-point-something% that the budget was increased for full-time county staff be pulled back out of the budget for this next fiscal year. I'd like to suggest that the county freezes benefits and pay raises. I'd like to suggest that you guys offer county staff a 6-month paid if they choose to take or to quit the county to offset the shortages that are coming up. Anyone on probation employment right now be terminated, because we can't afford this next year to have these out of control total financial compensations for county staff. And I would like to suggest, and I have multiple times, that there's a committee, a citizens committee, that are part of the budget process from the beginning to the end, as well as citizens be part of the committee negotiating senior county staff's total financial compensations. These total financial compensations, full-time staff, are 50% of our budget. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've addressed the accuracy and inaccuracy of some of those statistics multiple times. We're happy to keep doing that. And we always appreciate your opinion, Michael. Thank you. Any other comments?
Hello, I'm Henry Benjamin Winkler of Grass Valley. I wanted to give a rebuttal to the idea of our county having a ceasefire resolution. The cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City adopted resolutions along these lines. And what is not included is very telling. Israel is condemned in these resolutions. Hamas is mentioned but not condemned. But what about the other participants in the war there? The Quezon Brigades is not mentioned. The Al-Qaeda Brigades is not mentioned. Abdu Allah Mustafa Brigades are not mentioned. Jihad Jibber Brigades are not mentioned. The National Resistance Brigades are not mentioned. Nasser Salah el-Din Brigades are not mentioned. El Aqsa Brigades, Mount Martyrs Brigades are not mentioned. Holy Warriors Battalions are not mentioned. El Ansar Brigades are not mentioned. These are all participants in the attack on Israel, and Israel was forced to have a defensive action. Also not mentioned in those, in the proposed ceasefire resolution for Nevada County, the countries of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, all these attacked Israel following the invasion by Hamas, and these are not mentioned. So it seems like this is a very selective ceasefire resolution being proposed. So besides not having a jurisdiction for Nevada County to address this issue, you're being asked to have a one-sided resolution. It just seems a little anti-Semitic to me.
Thank you, Benjamin. Do we have any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Any more public comment? Coming to public comment? Nope. Okay. We're going to close public comment. Excuse me, and bring it back to our agenda. Thank you, everyone, for participating. We're going to move into department head matters, and we're going straight to item 21, a resolution proclaiming April 7th through 13, 2025 as Public Health Week in Nevada County. And we have our Public Health Director, Kathy Cahill. Come on up, everybody, and Kathy, you'll introduce everybody as part of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, for having us today. This is our opportunity to share with you some of the highlights of public health this last year. Public Health Week is a national week that really supports the idea of the future of public health and keeping it strong for everything we need for the future, as well as really showcasing the work that public health does, which oftentimes is not always obvious. And I think our role in Nevada County has been really to work with our partners, our healthcare industry, and the citizens here to really improve the overall wellness of our community overall. So today we want to highlight some of those. We're going to talk a little bit about our new community health assessment, which is our CHA, which you will get copies of, which is our assessment we did earlier last year, which then moves into our CHIP, which is our Community Health Improvement Plan, which I'll talk a little bit about. And then Tony Gavon, who's our Health and Wellness Director, will talk about youth-focused programs that the Health and Wellness team does. And then Shara Weissel-Wenzel is our Nursing Director, and she's going to talk about some of the work that we do in communicable diseases, infectious diseases, and other areas of protecting our health. And last but not least, Kim Stein, our Emergency Preparedness Director, who's going to showcase some of our work with our hospitals and healthcare providers in the county to get them ready for emergencies, whether they be fires or hazmats or other events that might threaten the infrastructure of our healthcare. So with that, let me move to our CHIP. Before I do that, I wanted to highlight a little bit. We this year embarked on a new vision, mission, and values for the Public Health Department. Why? We realized last year that we had over a third of our staff was new since about 3 years now. It came in during COVID. Many people have retired, obviously, or left the county over the last 5 or 6 years. So we had a fairly new staff, and we really wanted to look at where we're going in public health now that post-COVID, but also how do we provide more services in the community. So this is our vision and mission. I'll just highlight, I think what's really important here is that we're focused on trust and building trust with our community. We're focused on innovation and creativity because we can always do things better and more efficient. And most importantly, we're really what's important is our well-being and making sure that we're providing our services in an equitable fashion to all the citizens of Nevada County. This is our CHA, and like I said, I'll give you the highlights in the booklet that will go out. But what happened is we did community assessments with a lot of our partners. We had a number of organizations contribute to the data and information, and we did public focus groups around the county. And these are the basic themes that came out, obviously continuing to make important the access and delivery of health care, our colleagues in behavioral health and all the work they're doing to improve the mental health and substance use in this county, and then the importance of community connections and social networks, and then our preparedness and our maternal and child health. Out of that, we developed our community health improvement plan, and here are just 3 of the major areas we're focused on. On the right, you see all of the partners and many more that aren't here who we're working with on our CHIP. So we have a coalition. The first coalition is really working on expanding access to health care and social services by meeting people where they are. And that means we're going out to communities, we're going to schools, we're using our mobile health van, we're working with Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital, who is also looking at contributing with urgent care van this next year and coordinating services there. So we're really excited about some of the work that we're doing out in the community, and Toby and others can tell you more about that in a few minutes. And then second, we're working with the school district and a number of child care organizations, everything from Head Start to the schools and others, to improve early learning in child care in the county. And I don't need to tell you, but the importance of early development of a child is really critical to that child's future. And so we do have, unfortunately, not as many opportunities for parents to have daycare and childcare, and we're working with the schools to hopefully increase pre-K enrollment so we can have more kids into pre-K. And this coalition is really focused on bringing advocacy and awareness to the importance of early childhood learning. And then lastly, we're trying to increase our childhood immunization vaccination rates. Many of you are aware of the current measles outbreaks going on around the county. We are taking a lot of action right now to not only improve our rates, but also work again with our schools and providers to increase their awareness and their detection of cases of measles or other diseases that come up. So we have get on top of it before it gets going. Fortunately, California has a few cases of measles right now, but most of those have come from foreign travel, and there's been none in our region as of today. Last, let me just say a little bit about our new logo, We Care. We did this last year as a branding exercise, and you'll see it on many of our materials. I want to thank Taylor and the PIO's office for working with us on this, but we really do care about the community, and I will say this, that the staff at Nevada County Public Health really believes this and shows it every day. So I'm really proud to get to work with a great team of people. Now I'm going to turn it over to Toby.
Thanks, Kathy. Chair Hall, distinguished members of the board, my name is Toby Gavon. I'm the program manager for the Health and Wellness Division of Public Health. I have about 3 minutes to talk about our programs and how they serve youth, but if you ever want to chat for about 3 hours about those programs, feel free to stop by Crown Point. I'd be happy to chat with you. So we bucketed some of our programs into these categories, and one thing in community health is we're really impacting, so much of our program is family health, so much is school and community partnerships, but I'm going to highlight a few examples. Under family health, we have our WIC program, which serves over 1,200 women, families, and children under 5 in the county with nutrition education, food benefits, and breastfeeding support to ensure our youngest children have a healthy start. Our maternal, child, and adolescent health program provides public health nurse home visits to new families, promoting positive parenting, child development, and early intervention for lifelong health benefits. Nutrition and food security. I mentioned the food benefits through WIC, but we also have our CalFresh Healthy Living program, which provides nutrition education to youth in our schools and through community partnerships, including a really exciting food waste prevention education program that we have in partnership with Ruddy Springs. We support youth in over 9 schools across the county through our primary prevention programs like Club Live and Friday Night Live, which provide education on alcohol and other drugs and teach life skills like positive coping strategies. And does that while also creating positive relationships between peers and caring adults at schools. We actually had some folks from, some students from our Nevada Union Friday Night Live chapter who came to Grass Valley City Council to support efforts led by the Grass Valley Police Department in partnership with our tobacco prevention program to limit access to nicotine products and nitrous oxide in the city of Grass Valley. Our public health nursing services for children, we provide immunizations, and our California Children's Services Program also provides case management and care to children with special medical needs. As the parent of a child with special medical needs who receives these services, including weekly occupational and physical therapy, I can attest to how profound an impact this program is having on our youth. For youth mental health and well-being, our suicide prevention program in partnership with Behavioral Health launched the Mental Health Matters Nevada County campaign last year. That includes information about youth mental health and suicide prevention resources. And then all of our work is really done with school and community partnerships. A great example of this is our oral health program, which 2 years ago was providing screenings and supporting schools in reaching the kindergarten oral health assessment, and has already expanded to a dental sealant program at school-based clinics in terms of meeting people where they're at, and also is expanding into more preventative and intervention services later this year.
Good morning, Chair Hall and Board Supervisors. I'm going to be talking about our communicable disease and immunization team. So our approach to communicable disease protection is surveillance and investigation, public health nursing, strategic partnerships, and epidemiological data utilization. So 2 of our programs here in public health, in our public health department, are our communicable disease and prevention program and our IZ team. We cannot talk about one without talking about the other. It truly takes both to not only keep our community safe from infectious diseases, but also address, educate, and treat infectious diseases when the outbreak occurs. Our communicable disease team investigates and monitors infectious disease and works hard to prevent outbreaks in our community. We do this by working in close collaboration with our healthcare partners, congregate settings, and such as skilled nursing facilities, our shelters, and our schools. In 2024, there were 20,465 cases reported to our CD department, our very small and scrappy CD department. Specifically, we had 1,582 suspected TB cases, and though 25 were reported, we had no active TB cases in 2024. Pertussis, as we know, we're seeing some cases rising. 14 reports were investigated with 7 cases. Our GI, gastrointestinal diseases, we had 127 reports investigated with 78 cases. STIs like chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. I'm sure you've heard the reports of congenital syphilis rising in our state and nation. We had 382 reports, 202 were investigated, and 263 cases. Outbreaks investigated within Nevada County, we had 7 COVID outbreaks in 2024, along with 16 non-COVID. Through surveillance, education, and effective disease reporting, along with conducting clinics to administer immunizations, we're committed to protect, prevent, and promote the health and well-being of our community. We know that it takes more than public health department to keep our community safe. We could not do it without our trusted partners. Our trusted relationships with our healthcare providers, our care facilities, school nurses, and family resource centers enable us to work together to address emergent health needs and threats. These relationships are what helped staff working through the pandemic reach a greater number of residents with information, the ability to isolate and receive much needed support, including food, protective equipment, and housing. Not all of our work is in response to disease monitoring and outbreak prevention. Our public health nurses also promote awareness of new disease prevention programs and provide education to the community and our partners. Public health agencies rely on data from various sources to identify and control outbreaks, monitor disease trends, and ultimately save lives, but face challenges with data quality, timeliness, and completeness, especially since we are a very small community, very small county. Data collected as part of the public health surveillance system can be used to estimate the magnitude of a problem, identify groups at higher risk of having poor outcomes, examine relationships between risk factors and outcomes, develop interventions, and with continued monitoring, assess the effectiveness of the interventions to modify the complications or outcomes. Nevada County Public Health Department is committed to safeguard our community's health by preventing disease and promoting well-being. This is done through promotion and administration of vaccines, health education, and encouraging healthy lifestyles.
Good morning, Chair Hall and members of the board. I'm Kim Stein, and I know you are familiar with our amazing partners at the Office of Emergency Services, but this morning I am excited to take a few minutes to highlight a much smaller program within public health that also focuses on emergency preparedness. The Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program is a mighty team of 3 internally, but we are just one piece of the puzzle that makes up our Emergency Preparedness Healthcare Coalition, which is at over 100 members deep. Together, we work to build emergency and disaster resilience amongst our medical and healthcare community. This morning, I want to highlight a couple of projects we worked on in the last year. But rest assured, this is just a glimpse of what we do, and I hope that I leave you this morning wanting to know more and curious about what we do in public health to bolster our community's disaster resilience. I want to begin by sharing an emergency drill we did in partnership with Tahoe Forest Hospital in the fall. I won't go into the granular details. Oh, that's okay, you can go back one. I won't go into the granular details of what we were drilling, but I will tell you that over 30 organizations participated, representing local, regional, state, and neighboring state entities. We make an extra effort when working with our healthcare partners in Eastern County to be sure we engage our Washoe County neighbors. Their willingness to assist us in times of emergency can really tip the scales towards a positive outcome when our resources are drained in the Truckee-Tahoe area. I can't accurately describe to you today the feeling that I had seeing our California Highway Patrol partners come together with Nevada State Patrol partners, our small Truckee Community Hospital, come together with Renown Medical Center, and our fire and law enforcement partners, combined with Reno Fire and Law Enforcement partners, to work together on one mission. And during this particular drill, the mission was to save lives by moving emergency pharmaceuticals from one state to another. A picture says 1,000 words, and to the right here, you can see a picture of many of those participants outside the Tahoe Forest Emergency Department. And we are celebrating when our 2 states successfully worked together to save many, many lives during this emergency drill. I will tell you this morning that this display of partnership, it was magic. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to highlight a project we did recently with the support of OES and Homeland Security funds to upgrade our Western County medical and health radio infrastructure this last year. You may have seen, I hope you saw, our program analyst, Brett Fletcher, interviewed on CBS News about this project. But if you didn't see it, that's okay, because I'm here to tell you it's the most publicity this little program has gotten in a lifetime. So we are going to ride those 15 minutes until the wheels fall off. But truly, this project was also magic. This is because together with our partners at OES and the willingness of our hospital and healthcare partners, we were able to build up the resilience of our emergency communication systems, which, as you know, has a direct and positive impact on our disaster resilience. So maybe you get my gist this morning. Our little program within public health, we are motivated to keep up the magic. Rest assured, our grantors ask us to do this work, but we are in it for more than just knocking out deliverables. We are committed to our community, we are committed to our partners, and we are committed to bolstering healthcare resilience. So I hope this morning I have inspired you to learn more about our specific niche of emergency preparedness and how we continue to build and sustain a stronger Nevada County. Thank you.
Let me just say, I want to say thank you to Allison, Ryan, and the board for all the support that you give us every day, not just once a year. And also thank the great staff that I get the privilege to work with every day who are truly, we care and truly committed. So I just want to say thank you to all of them too. And over to you for any questions.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and staff, all of you. This is such an amazing department, and you do incredibly important work that, as you say, doesn't really get highlighted except maybe once or twice a year here. So I want to express my deep appreciation for all of you. I'm really interested lately, as I'm learning more in my work with the state and the feds, and how we get accurate information out to the public all the time on the threats, such as with measles or with emergency preparedness or any of these issues. So I'm hoping that you are have a robust process of working with trusted partners to get information out as needed. I know that's a huge part of your work, but I think that's going to be becoming more and more important.
Yes, we agree. Two things we're doing on measles right now. We're having training sessions with healthcare providers and with school nurses in the next couple of weeks, just to bring everybody up to speed on what's happening, and also diagnosis and testing and what to do if a case happens, all those kinds of things. So it is an ongoing, as Shar has pointed out, we never stop investigating cases that might be a threat to the community, as well as preparing the overall infrastructure for a potential outbreak, whether it's measles or pertussis or anything else that comes along. So continuing to communicate is important. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I would like to ask that you keep us updated on how that's going. And don't forget that some of us have social media accounts, and we can help push out information from our own socials. So thank you for everything you're doing. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for comments. Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work that you do. I have two questions. One is, when you mentioned GI outbreak, is that the technical term for food poisoning? Or does it encompass a lot of different?
It encompasses more than
a lot. Okay.
Food poisoning.
But is food poisoning, is that something that public health deals with investigating, or is that environmental health?
I would say in some ways both. So environmental health are the ones that would be called in to do some investigation on it. However, if we were to see large numbers of people, we would put education out and try to promote it and work with the patients to make sure that they get what they need, the services they need, make sure that they have a provider that they have insurance. So we would be working with them on that.
Okay. And then can you walk me through what a disease surveillance and investigation looks like? Like how do you actually, especially the surveillance component of it, what does that look like? Do you go to people's homes? Do you go to their place of work? How does that work?
So when we do an investigation or we're doing surveillance on a disease, it depends on the disease, right? So say we had a measles case. We did have measles, a case back in, I believe it was 2017, maybe, March. And then we had May, so I called them the March and May measles. One thing we do is we look at all the people that this person may come in contact with. You know, be it they come in, they fly into an airport, or if they go and stop along the way at a gas station, or if they go into urgent care and then potentially be sent home and then maybe go back when things have not resolved. So as far as surveillance, we look at all the data that's coming into us from the California Department of Public Health. We look at the CDC. We look at what's going on in other counties, if they're having any outbreaks in other counties. So part of the surveillance is just keeping our thumb on what's going on, keeping our ear to the ground, and investigating all the cases that we get, which it takes a lot. Even the ones that don't come out to be a true case, it takes still the same amount of investigation. Actually, sometimes it takes more, because if it's a clear-cut case, then we can go right into, mitigating it. So I don't know if I answered your question, but when we do investigation, like I said, we're looking at, where has the person been, how long have they been sick, what is the infectious period, how they've been immunized, how the other people have been immunized around them. So there's really a lot that goes into that surveillance and investigation.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that the surveillance covers doing the research on at a national, state, local level to figure out, a trend in a particular disease. I think the word surveillance, especially if you work with people through this process who are uncooperative, which I'm going to guess that occasionally will happen, people are fearful of government in general. So I just want people to know that there's no untoward behavior here. We're really trying to help with the health and safety of our community. And I give you a lot of credit. I didn't really know what public health did until I went through the Citizens Academy in 2019. And it's one of those departments in the county that if you don't need it, you really don't know about it. But boy, the following year when COVID hit, we really needed it. So I really appreciate all the work that you do of educating the community, from a scientific basis, and working with the public to ensure their safety. So, and the breadth of things that you do, from the youth things to the emergency preparedness, I think people don't realize especially when there is an emergency, they don't realize that all these things play in together. And like I said, unless you need it, you don't really know about it. But when you need it, you usually really need it. So thanks for all the hard work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Sue?
No, great presentation, thank you. And I know surveillance is just a hard word, right? I think you have to take it in its context. And so just so you know, that just is people like, oh. So, but I love what you do. And I just want to say thank you too. Thinking out of the box of things you do, right? You're working hard in my little area of North San Juan, and you've made such headway because trust comes into this. It's a huge trust factor. And you guys show that, and I love that, you look through the lens of hearts. Your little, I don't know what we call that, but hearts and the values, heart-centered excellence, what it all stands for, you guys, you just exhume it. And I think that's what's important. And for you to come into a little community that has such fear and make headway just shows you how special you really are. I mean, not just there, you're all over Penn Valley, the work you're doing at Ready Springs schools. There's just so many special places where I don't think people realize where the outreach just goes. You know, we just think of vaccinations, we just think of people being sick, and it's the work that's being done so we don't have those things happen, right? So I just like to thank you all, your staff, everybody is very special that works there. You have to be. And how exciting to work with OES. That's incredible to bring 2 states together in an emergency situation like that. What a great experience for that. And I think that's something that we all work here. Every time we have something happens, we get a little bit better at what we do, right? And that's something that you all have a part in, so thank you. And what a great way to celebrate you this week. So,
Thank you. Rob? No comments, questions? Hardy, any comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you. I was looking back at the kind of the fun when the van got released. When the van first came out, we had the deal out here in front. I learned a lot then. I actually learned a lot today for hanging around here for as long as I have, which isn't a super long time, but I thought I kind of knew. But there's all kinds of new stuff in here that I didn't know, so thank you so much. Just a couple of quick questions. Toby, can you describe the interplay between your department and then mental behavioral health and how those kind of the 2 departments work together?
Yeah, so we work really closely with behavioral health on a lot of the work that we're doing. So I mentioned the Mental Health Matters Nevada County campaign, which is mentalhealthmattersnc.com, where you can get a variety of different resources. So we're the prevention arm, so we're out in the community, we're doing trainings on suicide prevention, on mental health, sharing resources, providing health education, working closely with schools. And then behavioral health, I mean, we partner with them on everything. They're oftentimes providing the direct care to folks and have this expertise that we also rely on in terms of how we're providing education and connecting with folks. So I work every single day. My team's chat is filled with just communication about how to make things happen. And I think that's one of the key pieces is we talked a lot about community partnerships and collaborations that we have, but I think those collaborations with other departments within the county are just as valuable. And it's just remarkable the work that behavioral health is doing. And we're just trying to make sure that the broader community knows about that, knows how to access it, and knows kind of some of the key health education information through the trainings or the materials that we develop.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. And I've participated with you on a couple of those calls, which have been really good to be. And I would welcome inviting any of my colleagues to participate. It's really inspirational on the suicide awareness or suicide prevention training to be in some of those training exercises. But I think what I really respect about the work you do is it's kind of trying to avert these negative health outcomes if you let them, kind of propagate. And so I think prevention is always like the key, right? And then, Kim, thanks for pointing out I was familiar with that exercise that had occurred, but I didn't know it was so big. And with Nevada and in Truckee, we're closer to Reno than we are to Western County, so you forget that. But Incline and State Line is just right there next to us. So thank you for making an effort to reach out to those partners because we need that cooperation. And the one thing I learned from COVID is that like a health emergency can turn your community inside out and upside down in so many different ways. And I know I have blocked it out. There's pieces I don't remember because it was so tough. But I think, preparation is a key, right? And there's some saying like the battle plan doesn't mean anything until you're in battle and then the plan was key or something. But, it's really making those plans for the next piece that is going to, challenge our community. So thanks for getting in there and doing it. And then one quick question. I met with the What's Up Wellness executive coordinator, Nikki, and she was expressing some concerns about the funding around that program. And I was just wondering if in your travels you guys could talk to and think about how important that is, particularly in some of the underserved communities.
Yeah, so What's Up Wellness is currently funded through the Mental Health Services Act, I believe, which is behavioral health. But I agree, What's Up Wellness, for folks who aren't familiar, they go into all the high schools across the county and provide screenings, mental health screenings. and then referral and case management to make sure that students in high school are able to get the care that they need and get that screening. So agree, it's an incredibly valuable program. One of our contractors is also a contractor with What's Up Wellness, Jen Rewinders, who's a fantastic resource as well. So agree that it's an incredibly important service, and we'll definitely make sure to talk about it and make sure people understand what it does in the community.
Yeah, thanks. And if there's a threat to the funding or suspension of the program, can you just work with Allison to make sure the board understands the ramifications there?
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Great questions and comments. Thank you. We're going to open up public comment on this item. Anyone want to make any public comment on this topic and presentation? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. Thank you all so very much for everything you do. And knock on wood, we keep things under control this year. Thank you. Okay, give you a minute to move along, and then we're going to go to our next item. Everybody okay without a break? Anybody need a break? You need a break? The MOU. Half an hour. Want to take a quick break? Okay, we're going to move it ahead. These guys have been waiting. So this is an item I'm bringing to the board for a resolution approving an MOU between the County of Nevada and the City of Nevada City to support the continued legacy of the Miners Foundry Cultural Center, and upon execution of this MOU, disclaiming county's interest in all real and personal property granted under the Nevada County Cultural Trust that was dated 1989, and so on. So I want to welcome Jeffrey to give the presentation, and our city manager, Nevada City Manager Sean Grayson, and City Council Member Lou Cece. Thanks so much for coming up here, and I know you've been in the audience waiting, so we appreciate you. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable members of the board, my name is Jeff Thorsby. I am your Chief of Staff, and I'm really pleased to be here with Council Member Cece and can you hear me? City Council Member. Yeah, pardon me about that. So yeah, really pleased to be here. So yeah, bringing forward you today, as you mentioned, is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Nevada City to support the continued legacy of the Miners Foundry Cultural Center, and executing that MOU, as well as disclaiming the county's position in a part of the trust. So I'm just going to provide a brief background and then turn it over to Sean to provide a little bit more detail. So from a high-level perspective, the Miners Foundry facility in Nevada City is historic. It's actually a Nevada County historical landmark, NV 21, that was back in 1974. And it was also a state registered landmark, and also has a lot of cultural significance for our local community, including myself. I've spent a lot of time down in the Miners Foundry growing up here, and so I think a lot of people, and it's really important to the community and to the City of Nevada City. Back in 1989, as you mentioned, Chair, the Miners Foundry was actually put into a trust, and this was the Nevada County Cultural Preservation Trust back in 1989, and the City of Nevada City and the County of Nevada were actually named as beneficiaries within that trust. The purpose of that trust was to foster and promote cultural and arts among the people of Nevada County, to preserve the county's historical heritage as it relates to the culture and arts, and to the establishment, fund, own, and maintain and operate the facilities for the arts and for related cultural, historical, and artistic nonprofit organizations in Nevada County. So that's what the Miners Foundry has been promoted and used for by the trust. Recently, the nonprofit organization, the Foundry, is facing some challenges and has been working with the city. And I'll let Sean talk a little bit about that. But in recent negotiations, has offered to transfer the Miners Foundry and the property asset to the city. The proposal is the city would take ownership of the facility for $1. But in discussion with the city, the county would be looking at relinquishing its beneficiary status within the trust as the asset will now belong to the city. In addition, the city and county have looked at developing the MOU before you today. And I won't review everything in it, but I think a couple key provisions within that MOU include continuing the operations of the facility, including its existing bookings for the community, expanding public value and the use of the facility through community-informed public programming, to honor the history of the facility, and to promote its historical preservation, and also to pursue the installation of facility-wide air conditioning and heating system capable of using the facility year-round, and then bringing the building into best practices in terms of hardening for the wildfire alignment of the city's defensible space and vegetation management. I will go ahead and stop there and actually turn it over to you, Sean, and go ahead and talk a little bit about your work.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board, Sean Grayson, City Manager here in Nevada City. Thank you to your incredible staff for having us here today. In early February, which is not that long ago, it became apparent that the Miners Foundry Cultural Center was not going to be able to sustain under its current configuration. We'd been in discussions with them for quite a while, and you can't pinpoint any specific thing that happened, but they lasted a lot longer than many of their contemporaries in the region and the state and throughout the country. They did that because we're a pretty amazing community that likes to support the arts and support cultural centers. But at the end of the day, the facility couldn't bring in enough money to cover its costs. And for a variety of reasons, that has happened to a lot of nonprofits. But uniquely, this one says the county and the city are the beneficiaries of that trust. So we have a couple hundred registered nonprofits in Nevada City. I'm sure all of them would love the city to offer to do something with those nonprofits. And while I would love to do that, there's not enough hours in the day. But uniquely, we're listed as the beneficiary. So we couldn't let that asset fall to the wayside. Really, we were in a situation where they were going to shutter their doors and we would lose those bands that would come to play. We were going to lose the Wednesday night drumming. We were going to lose the weddings that were booked there. And really, it might be impossible to get that back if they actually close their doors. So with the council's support, we jumped into a short-term lease agreement with the Miners Foundry Cultural Center, both the trust and the nonprofit entity, so that the city could maintain its operations while doing a deep dive into its finances. And really our expressed interest is to preserve everything that Jeffrey already said, really the mission of the Miners Foundry. And for those of you that have been around, and I know most of you have been around as long as I have or longer, it wasn't always the Miners Foundry Cultural Center, right? It was the American Victorian Museum before that, and it was a working foundry before that. But it's always been important to, as a cultural asset to the community. But our intent really is to preserve that building, honor the mission of the foundry, including the existing music venue bookings that have been there, and then to add public value through things like recreation, youth, seniors, and unheard voices programming. As Jeffrey said, we'll pursue air conditioning for that facility and a number of other improvements, including honoring the vision of the Miners Foundry for a cafe at the top and an outdoor dining area as it approaches Spring Street there. On February 13th, the Foundry Board and the City Council both approved that lease agreement that I spoke about. And then fast forward 1 month, and the Foundry Board just approved a purchase and sale agreement with the city for the Foundry. It is for $1, but we acquire both the asset and all of its liabilities. So there's loans on the facility. There's bands that have to be paid. There's a variety of activities that have to occur. So the city acquires both the assets and the liabilities in the transaction. With your action tonight and our city council's approval of that agreement tomorrow night, we anticipate that the Foundry will wind up its activities with its last payroll on March 31st. At that point, the city will absorb all of the employees that are there, and they'll become city employees. They'll all receive a relatively small raise, a 5% raise, to stay on board with us. They've all expressed interest in that, but if for some reason they won the lotto and wanted to move out of town. We're not going to force them to stay there, but so the MOU before you, as Jeffrey outlined, I think is important to recognizing the facility's historical perspective and giving you and the community comfort that the city will honor its commitments to that facility and do more with it. One of the things that's listed in there that we will do in addition to the air conditioning and other improvements is that we'll seek to place the actual facility on the National Register of Historic Places. While it's registered in a number of different things and it's in the Nevada City Historical District, the actual facility is not on the National Registry. Thankfully, there's some amazing volunteers that have already done the huge lift to make that happen, so we'll be able to capitalize on that. So with that, I'd like to thank our City Council, our committee on the topic, Mayor Gary Peterson, who couldn't be with us this morning, Councilmember Lou Cece, who I'll hand the microphone over to in a second, the board, of course, for your support in the protection of the Foundry, and most importantly, our shared community, who have come out in very large numbers. We have had a couple of public events where we've asked people, what would you like us to protect in the facility? What would you like to see in the future of the facility? And they've been, as you would expect, very vocal with what they would like to see there. So, Councilmember Cece.
Chair Hall and the supervisors, thank you for having us here today. What you have before you is a very simple nuts and bolts sort of thing. Very quickly, if you have a beneficiary, you have to give that up so that we can take over. And that is a simple process, and I think Jeffrey's outlined it, and Sean has given you. But what you haven't gotten before you is the heart and soul of the Foundry. And we were amazed when we had an open public hearing about what is it you want the Foundry to do, what is it not doing now that you want it to do in the future, what's the future of the Foundry. We packed the Stone Hall with people, and they came up with brilliant ideas, many ideas. We filled up sheets and sheets, and it's all because people love this institution. And the city feels obligated and honored to be able to take it over and to make sure that this continues to be a cultural center for not just the city, but for the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. And I'll just start my comments by saying thank you for stepping up the way you have. It is very sad to see that it was having trouble staying financially viable. I think there's a lot of sadness around the change that's happened there and people who are, losing their ability to be part of that institution. But this is such a great solution to the problem. And I could not be more grateful to the city for being willing to dig in as deep as they have and become such a big part of maintaining this iconic institution. This is in my district, obviously, so I care very much about also maintaining its cultural significance as well as the historical significance of that building itself. And again, this is a unique situation, not like many of the other arts organizations that we are in this trust relationship with the city, the county is. So we both have this obligation to do everything we can to help maintain and sustain it. And there was not a lot that the county could do about it. So we are just I am personally incredibly grateful for all the work that you did, Sean, on this and the community input and the city council standing behind it and really saving it. And I think this future is bright, that we're having a new infusion of ideas and people and more creative ways to help sustain it. So I'm really proud of this solution and again, very thankful. But I will turn it over to my colleagues for any questions they might have. And let's start on that end. Rob.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just have, it may be a question for staff, for some clarity. So I agree with everything that's been said and recognize the cultural value and what's like Hardy, or I guess it was Jeff, grew up going to and hearing about this venue. But from a standpoint of the county and maybe a financial stewardship, on one hand, we're talking about how great this is, so it seems like it's this great institution. I attribute a lot of value to that, but it sounds like the value more is kind of sentimental because it's not sustaining financially. But from a county's perspective, by transferring this, or I guess rescinding the beneficiary rights, the financial, can you put a financial price on that? Not that I'm saying that should rule the day, but I assume if it's being sold for $1, and you mentioned the liabilities, it's more of a liability than an asset from that standpoint. But I guess my question is, the extreme circumstance would be that it's sold and the assets are distributed. I assume the county would be one of the beneficiaries. What are we talking about as far as the impact?
Supervisor Tucker, thank you for that question. So just to clarify, the question is, as a beneficiary of the trust of the center, when we're giving up our beneficiary status of that, what is the financial?
Yeah, is there a
impact?
financial cost to that in theory? And I'm not saying that outweighs all the things we've talked about. In fact, I support what we're doing, but I just, curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think when I'm looking at the trust, I see that the county is named as a beneficiary in terms of for the promotion of the purposes of the preservation of it. I don't believe that the county has received direct financial benefit as a beneficiary of the trust to date. I would lean on
County council
council.
might be able to assist you.
If I could jump in, please, Chair Hall. One of the things we did, this happened as the city manager stated very quickly in terms of analysis. We're looking at a document that was created back in the 80s. And I think the idea, knowing some of the people that did that, was to make sure that this was preserved for both the city and the county. When this came here, one of the things, when we have any property interest as a county, we have to make an analysis in terms of the public benefit and what that does more than our own financial benefit. And in speaking with the city, it was very clear that the debts that were involved in this was something they were willing to take on, and we were being relieved of those debts. So the overall analysis was that this was in the public interest, and that we weren't giving really anything of real financial interest to the county, and that we were putting it in good hands with the city. And I just want to make one other comment. When I was interviewed originally for this job, the question was put to me, how did I get along with the city attorneys and working with the cities? And this is a prime example of being able to work with the cities in a very quick fashion, working with their council to get this through, working with the city manager. And I just want to say how much I appreciate it. And I also appreciate Chair Hall's sort of stewarding this whole event and making sure that the county's interest was served by making sure we're saying to the city, these are the things we're asking you to do in shepherding this building, basically. So, thank you.
Hardy.
I do not have any questions. Yeah, it's, long memory of all kinds of cool events at that place, and I'm glad you guys are stepping in to make it, make it sustainable. And I think Mayor Peterson was describing, I was in some meeting, I can't remember, but he was talking about building bridges to the community and like how to strengthen those. And he had a really compelling description of why Nevada City is going to continue to do that this year. So it fits right in for me. So good luck with it.
Thank you. I would say that, in my opinion, this is city government at its best. There was a problem. The fact that your council and your staff understood the loss of the Miners Foundry Cultural Center to Nevada City and the importance of that, and that you have stepped up, is very impressive. I would say, looking at that building, it actually, unfortunately, an empty building like that is a huge liability. And trying, if there was a commercial component to this, like say there was an authority to sell the building, I'm not sure that would be possible based on what private industry has to do. So the city can do so much more with this. The benefits of the city owning this, not having to pay property taxes, having your insurance be under the banner of Nevada City versus the $50,000 a year that they've probably been paying on the FAIR plan, is really advantageous to the success of the building. So I was at that meeting on February 13th, and it was a rainy, cold night, but I still expected the council chambers to be packed. And I think it's a true testament of all the pre-work that you did, that there was a very small group of people there, and everybody that was there supported what you're doing, which these days in government, that's really difficult to do. So I really look forward to continue working with you on this project. I'm involved with the Center for the Arts in Grass Valley, and I know we're talking about maybe doing some cross-collaboration and working together to strengthen all of the arts organizations in the community. So this is a great start. And I was very concerned when all of this started happening because my class reunion is booked there for October of this year. And I was thinking, wow, we're never going to find another place. But you are honoring all of the bookings that are there. So that is much appreciated by the community. So say keep up the good work. Anything I can personally do to help, feel free to reach out to me because I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I don't have any extra to add, but thank you. I mean, gosh, tons of memories. I've been to a lot of events there over my lifetime, and I can't imagine it being anything else. So I'm looking forward to see what you guys do with it. So kudos.
I just want to mention the eclectic variety that occurs there. So one night when I was growing up, it was like punk show one night, like poetry the next night, food fair, farm festival. It's just an awesome representation of a community of diversity to me. And I guess please continue that tradition. It's something we stand for.
Nevada City and Nevada and the district supervisor of Nevada City is proud to be eclectic. All right, open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment at all? Yeah, go ahead, Charlie.
Agree with all of you, but I wanted to bring up the cultural center's history, the Miners Foundry connection to Hirschman's Pond, and that KVMR, Victorian Museum, is embedded in KVMR. And I'd really like to see some graphic display that does those connections at the Foundry so that that weaving in is apparent to all the visitors at the Foundry. Thanks.
Thanks, Charlie. There you go, another great idea. All right, any callers, team?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board for a vote.
So I move that we approve this resolution.
And I'll second that. And team, can you call the?
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes. Fantastic, unanimous. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Be back at 10:42.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are.
We're back, and we're going to, let me get to the right place on my agenda. So, Brian, thank you. Tyler and
David Nicholas.
David, okay, thank you. So this is going to be the acceptance of the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, and I'll turn it over to you, Brian, to introduce and...
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hall. Good morning, Supervisors. Tyler Barrington and David Nicholas will be giving the presentation on the report, and I'll turn it over to Tyler to kick things off.
Thank you, Brian. Honorable Chair, Tyler Barrington, Interim Director of Housing and Principal Planner. And then I have, as Brian mentioned, David Nicholas, Associate Planner, who prepared the report. So I was asked to provide a quick update on some housing items related to work from the Housing and Community Service Division, as well as planning. And so some policy updates. As your board is aware, the county did apply for the pro-housing designation with the California State Department of Housing and Community Development. We're still waiting on the award letter, hopefully, from that. Last year, your board adopted 2 ordinances related to alternative housing, including movable tiny homes, and then Title 25, which is a limited density rural owner-built housing. Regarding some projects that are going on, the ranch house is near complete, and there's a few things left in terms of connecting or installing landscaping and getting final occupancy before it can be occupied. I imagine there'll be a ribbon cutting associated with that. The Badger Lane project, which is an extension of the Emperor Mine Courtyards. It's an additional 6 units of permanent supportive housing. We're currently going through the design phase. We have a permit application in the city of Grass Valley and are addressing some comments related to providing fire separation. The Commons Resource Center, which is the picture on the wall, is in progress. Work is being done on the interior primarily. There is some work to be done on the outside, and we're shooting for a June or July finish date on that particular project to create a resource center for homeless services in Grass Valley. That's between Hospitality House and the Brunswick Commons development. Pacific Crest Commons, your board today did adopt and approve the loan for $207,722 to provide gap financing. And I'll also note that TCAC 4% tax credits was awarded to that project, and they're looking to break ground this year. Lone Oak 2 Senior Apartments, so they did receive a $6.8 million home award from the state of California, and are going to have applied for 9% tax credits during this cycle, and so that award will be pending. Regarding upcoming programs, the Housing and Community Services Division, as well as Behavioral Health, is working on the home key application and submitted an application for their Scattered Sites project, which includes 3 houses in the Grass Valley area. There's also a 4th house that's unknown at this point, and we're exploring opportunities to find a 4th house to add to that application. We're also exploring a potential vets project or veterans projects in the city of Grass Valley, and then working with the Hospitality House on a potential expansion project to the Brunswick Commons site. Some projects we'll be working on in the upcoming year include the MORE grant. This is a mobile home rehabilitation grant. We're looking to provide 4 new mobile homes and rehab 10 existing mobile homes in the county to assist the residents with that live in those types of units. We have a grant out for Meals on Wheels, which is to provide $300,000 to them to help provide services in the North San Juan area. And then we are continuing to work on the Freed Fix-It program, which is essentially a rehabilitation program that Freed runs. Recently, we've approved a grant for a bathroom remodel as well as a re-roof for residents that meet the income qualifications. And then finally, as your board is aware, this year we'll be working on initiatives as directed by the board, and you'll probably get more information on that later on this afternoon, That includes looking at alternative housing, kind of a spin-off of the Tiny Homes on Wheels ordinance, working on developing a workforce housing-related down payment assistance program to assist the Community Land Trust with finding new opportunities for them to develop new housing. It includes potentially providing grant resources to them for a project they're working on. And then looking at opportunity sites in the county using either surplus lands. And we also, Brian and his team has been working on developing a website to highlight those to potential development opportunities for developers. And the way that we're going to approach this is to work with the Housing Ad Hoc Committee. We all have monthly affordable and workforce housing team meetings that include representatives from CDA as well as HHSA, and then through in community engagement. And with that, I'll pass it on to David, who will give you a presentation on the Housing Element Annual Report.
Hello, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is David Nicholas, and I'm Associate Planner for Nevada County. These following slides are about the annual progress report of our housing element. California law requires the Planning Department to present this annual progress report to the local legislative body for review and acceptance prior to it being submitted to both the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, which was previously OPR, and also to the Department of Housing and Community Development. This APR is just a standardized form that's prepared by the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's basically just an Excel sheet. It summarizes activities that the county did through the calendar year of 2024 to progress our policies of the housing element. So a lot of the information in the following slides are just directly from the Excel sheet, and that data came from our permitting software, Acela. There's also the Table D, which talks more about the specific policies that we've made progress towards in 2024, and a lot of that is the work that Tyler discussed in those previous slides. And this is only for the unincorporated part of the county, and these housing numbers aren't for Truckee, Nevada City, or Grass Valley. So here you can see the table of the sixth cycle of our annual progress report. These are our regional housing allocation needs numbers. You can see that the numbers are fairly similar in 2024 to previous years, but a bit lower. And we're behind track on our progress towards reaching our regional housing needs allocation numbers, or RHNA. These are also tables from that HCD workbook. It shows the breakdown of the building permits issued in 2024, which resulted in 84. There's a distribution between very low, low, moderate, and above moderate, as shown on the table. And also during 2024, we issued 98 certificates of occupancy, and those are distributed among single-family detached units, accessory dwelling units, and manufactured homes. In 2024, we did not have any housing projects, so no like large multi-family apartment complexes or anything like that. So that's why on the housing application summary, all those numbers are 0. So therefore, due to this being simply an informational report, staff's recommended action is that after reviewing and considering the 2024 Housing Element Annual Report, accept the report substantially in the form attached, and direct staff to submit the report to California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, as shown in Attachment 1, making finding A. And where finding A says that this 2024 Annual Progress Report is not a project pursuant to CEQA, Section 15378B5 of the CEQA Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, that's the whole presentation. Thank you very much. So just for the board's purposes, this is part of a general plan update that we could have put in consent, but because housing is so important to us that we're doing everything we can to increase our housing stock in the county, I wanted to make sure that we got to see these statistics, which are very interesting, about how many permits and how many are getting built. I think it's very helpful for us to know and for the community as a whole to see what we're doing. So I'll like to ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions. Lisa, I'll start with you.
So thanks for the presentation. It's really good to, I haven't worked up here yet with the RENA numbers, so it was really good to see these. And I just think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what those numbers mean. And a lot of people think that when they see this, that the county has an obligation to build those homes, and that's not the case. Our obligation here is to provide property appropriately zoned for these types of projects. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. And so, it's also very interesting. So when I look at the building to date, those are all new builds, right? That's not remodels, that's brand new. And even though 115 doesn't seem like a lot, it actually is quite a robust building in a year's, for that many building permits in a year's time. So, and that's only in the unincorporated areas. That doesn't include the cities or the town of Truckee.
Correct.
So, okay. So I think actually we've done fairly well for a small rural community without a lot of funding and a lot of outside investors to come in to build these. I think we've actually done really well. So I look forward to continuing to work on this with the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, and I really appreciate the way that this information has been presented, although Excel is always difficult for me because I never know how to get it on my screen appropriately. I figured it out last night, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just a couple questions. The RENA numbers, and been doing this as a planning commissioner for probably 15 years, and the RENA numbers still are like, wait, what? Sorry. The RENA numbers are always, they puzzle me a little bit. But indeed, making zoned land available is our responsibility. I think, to Chair Hall's comment, I think we're trying to move past that with the ad hoc. And all the work you're doing and the county's doing is really to try and foster an environment that is conducive to building more units at every kind of level. And so I just encourage the ad hoc to stick to it and do the heavy lifting, the tough work that it's probably going to take to get that done, because the numbers for me speak for themselves. The county as a whole, our community as a whole, including the cities and the towns, need to do more. And we need to do more. Everybody needs to do more. And it's going to be hard to do, but I think we're going to have to take concessions kind of every level. And I know at the strategic workshop, we talked about the toolkit available to us, including, tax breaks, land, public-private partnerships, staff direction, board objectives, all of it. I think we're going to have to put a lot of horsepower into getting it done. I think the landscape is probably going to be even more problematic in the coming year based on some of the federal activity. But all that said, I'm trying to encourage you to do that. I know in Truckee, it's been one of the biggest pieces, and it's a spoonful at a time, right? Like, there's no single solution that's going to get us there. We have to do all these little tiny steps. And so when you make tiny homes on a wheel ordinance and all homes on wheel ordinance and the things that you've outlined in your presentation, if you add them all together, then we slowly get there. And I think that encouraging us and staying focused to do absolutely everything we can on all those little pieces will ultimately reflect these numbers in the future. Keep up the good work. I think we're going to have to be bold and do some things that are tough, like, at every level. So I would support that if it comes back to us. And while I do accept the plan and I'll vote in support of the plan, I don't like the numbers, and I think we need to do more.
Thank you, Hardy. Rob?
Yeah, thank you, and keep up the good work. I know this is just kind of a lot of data and reporting that's required by the state. I just have one specific question, partly due to my background. Where it lists the manufactured homes that have been built, and it shows here 13 permitted and 10 completed, does that include, not just here because maybe there weren't any, but homes that are placed in manufactured home communities? I thought I recall from past experience that the state, which is ironic because it's HCD that's requiring this, didn't count those. So, for example, when the one we just owned added 62 new homes back, 5-7 years ago, that wouldn't count towards the way the state counts the data. So I'm just curious because I think there could be a sort of an undercount in some sense. It doesn't change the reality on the ground that we need more. But
Yes, Supervisor Tucker. So HCD does all the permitting inside an actual dedicated mobile home park, but these manufactured homes are permitted by the Nevada County Building Department and are an alternative to like a stick-built home. No.
And by way of a little more background, I know a few weeks ago when we were doing the Tiny Homes on Wheels, Brad Pessimer was here and, you know, doing great work in the community. I think he mentioned in his statement that more than half of the 80-something mobile homes that he's placed over the years have been within mobile home parks.
Gotcha. I don't believe that we count those numbers.
But Supervisor Tucker, we'll go ahead and we'll confirm and get back to you on that question. It's a good question.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Again, yeah, there's still a need, but if we aren't even counting those, that we may want to in the future note that so that we're aware of the bigger picture, whether or not it's something the state wants us to report on. So thank you for that.
And like I said, it doesn't change the reality on the ground and we need more, but I'm just thinking in the future, if we were to have some kind of consequences of not meeting these allocations, it'd be great to be able to count those.
Excellent point. Sue?
No, I think this is all a good report as far as what we can do, right? I think what you do with what little we have is amazing. I mean, until we figure out fire insurance, how are we going to put on projects? I mean, I'm looking at some of my, well, I'm looking at a couple projects we already have that insurance is going to probably ruin where that break level is to get people to come in and build. So we have a lot of work still to do. And again, I think some of that should be taken into consideration when these numbers come when you live in a high fire danger area, where it slows down the process, where people can't afford to build. I love how we've been creative, though, looking at the tiny homes on wheels. We'll see how that plays out. I think manufactured homes, we saw a lot of those go in during the cannabis era when splitting property happened and you had to have a house on your parcel. So we saw some of that because it's a little less expensive. There were a couple projects like that I really would love to see. One time they were going to do one over on Wall Street where they were going to put in manufactured homes and keep it at that 300,000 level. And then, of course, that went away. Insurance, again, is another challenge. So I think they need to look at that, too, because the work is being done here. Boots on the ground and trying to make it feasible for people to build or projects to go forward. But we have some hurdles we still have to get through. And I think that's something that needs to be noted. It's not that it's not trying to happen. There's definitely hurdles. So, but thanks for the report. And I know our building department would love it if more people came and built too. That would be great. So I hope some people look at the Title 25 and some of those ways to come into compliance with owner built. So I think there's some good creativity that's coming from your department. So, and thank you for stepping up and working in housing too. Good job, David. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I would just like to echo, and you know what, to note that the above moderate houses are the largest number being built, and obviously the need is with the moderate, even just moderate, and not to mention low and very low. So I think it's true that we are doing everything we can. We're doing quite a bit, and I encourage people, just as Sue said, to come in and look at the ways we've made it easier to do sort of non-conventional housing, and we're going to continue to look at that. And it's also true that we need a lot more, and so we're going to keep working on this issue. It's a priority for the board, and we're going to keep on that. So thanks to everyone for what you're doing. And open up public comment.
Here I go again. Charlie Price, Zion Street, Nevada City. The Forest Service had a problem with wildfires, campers creating wildfires. So they developed campgrounds so all the fires could be in one place and they could be built in fire rings that were safe. Those campgrounds started to be vandalized, so they started to charge, not to make money, but so that people would respect what they had there, which has got nothing to do with where you guys are at. But I'm thinking about the homeless and the need for housing. There are a lot of people who would let somebody stay on their land in an RV or in a trailer, which wouldn't be legal, though someone can live in their RV year-round. A lot of retired folks do that, and that is legal. So there's a big disconnect there. And I think if there was an ordinance that allowed someone to live in their RV, a homeowner could allow someone to park on their property with the right fuel restraints, so there was defensible space. The RV had a smoke and toxic fume detector, and was hooked up to sewer and water and electric, that people would on their own help alleviate the need for housing.
Thanks, Charlie. And the board is actually this year looking at several ordinance revisions dealing with RVs, so stay tuned on that. Matthew?
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I heard a disheartening thing on the radio this morning from the Nevada County Board of Realtors, which is real estate sales are at a 15-year low. 15-year low. And I see what's going on in town. Yes, the very wealthy can afford to come in and do whatever they want. And because we're so desperate for building and stuff, we're just turning a blind eye to the quick money that's available to the government with taxation. It's really sad. Like just coming through Brunswick Basin, it was just so smoky and so putrid and trash, and just the quality of life has just gone downhill to such a degree. The navigation center that's being built, there's been multiple OD deaths over there in the last few weeks. Some things really need to be looked at are basic health and safety for our community, because those are being very overlooked. And housing is part of that. There's a lot of people. A very sad call that I posted on my Concerned Citizen page on Facebook was a fire department showed up to a house. They said, oh, it's abandoned, but we'll investigate. And they did, and they found an elder that was, obviously abandoned there. He denied any need for medical, which is his right, but they called APS because I've never heard the fire department use the term horrendous, with a big gap before horrendous and a big gap after horrendous. So they were even shocked with what they came across with our elders that are basically being sequestered in these houses all over the county that are way too big for them to manage, but they need caregivers. We have the highest elder population per capita in California. We just ignore all these basic fundamental issues in our county. And we talk about evacuation. A lot of people don't even walk. Where are they going to evacuate? They don't drive. So we have a lot of issues, and just like this fires in Southern California, I guess 60% of the folks that lived in those areas were over 60 years old. It's even more magnified here with the terrain, lack of resources, narrow roads, vegetation. So I would say anything you can do. When I hear the words, we're doing all we can, we're doing enough, we're, 15-year low on sales. That's a reflection on you guys. That's not a reflection on the realtors. That the climate for housing in Nevada County is putrid. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anybody on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and unless there are any other questions, I will call for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
I will move to adopt.
Second.
Okay.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. All right, thanks again, Brian and team. Thank you very much for your presentation and all the good work you're doing. Okay, we have extra time, so I think we want to move forward. I see David out there. The CIP presentation. Let's see. 27, thank you. David, are you, oh, Patrick? That doesn't look like David. There you are, okay. All right, thank you. So this is so we're moving item 26 forward for anybody following along online. This is a resolution advocating for the protection and sustainability of local county core services and local representation on applicable federal forum. Nope, that's not it. Yep, thank you. Resolution approving the Capital Improvement Plan 2025 annual update and authorizing the Director of Public Works to proceed with the implementation of the plan. Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair Hall, Supervisors. David Garcia, your Public Works Director, and today I'm very happy to introduce Pat Perkins, our Principal Civil Engineer, and also our Road Commissioner, and also Michelle Garcia, our Project Manager, who will be going through our 2025 update for you.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Chair and board members. Again, my name is Pat Perkins, and to my right is Michelle Garcia, and we are going to be working our way through the 25 CIP, which is our capital improvement program. Michelle and I will be tag teaming the report this year and bringing it up to speed as she was very involved and really instrumental in helping us get it done this year. The purpose of this presentation is just discuss the various funding sources that we have within the Public Works Department, how we use those funds, what projects they're allotted to, discuss some of our upcoming maintenance as well as our capital improvement projects, and answer any questions you may have. And at the end, we are looking for your approval of the 25 CIP. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle.
Thank you, Pat and David. Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. First, I just want to touch on three of our major funding sources. The first would be gas tax, which is also known as HUDA funding, The second is our SB1 funding, and third is grants, which come from a few various different agencies, and I'll break these down on our next upcoming slides. This graphic illustrates the breakdown of our revenue sources. There's two major types of funding sources, discretionary and restricted revenues. Restricted funds are typically allocated for specific projects and activities. Discretionary funds are more generally earmarked for a variety of road maintenance activities and as matching funds for our capital program. Gas tax, also known as the Highway User Tax Account, or HUDA, and the General Fund MOE, which is a vehicle licensing fee, make up the majority of our discretionary funds, while federal grants, primarily for our bridge and safety projects, and the SB1 funds, which is road maintenance and rehabilitation account, also known as RMRA, make up the majority of our restricted funds, and the RMRA funds do, require the county to submit a list of proposed projects on an annual basis. Over the last 6 years, the Public Works Department has received around $55 million in grant funds for road and safety projects. As I mentioned, most of our funding comes from gas tax revenue. So this graphic shows a breakdown of the cost per gallon of gas, currently around $4.53. Of that $4.53, around 88 cents comes back to the program through grants, HUDA funds, and RMRA funds. And as you'll see in future slides, these funds are used for various projects and programs. Additionally, Public Works maintains a minimum fund balance of $3 million per year. This balance is used to pay month-to-month expenses, as well as provide short-term funding for our grant-funded projects. These revenue reserves are also necessary in the event of emergencies or catastrophic events. One example of how we're using this funding reserve is for monthly cash flow for our 3 bridges that are currently in construction. And although gas tax funds have been steadily increasing in the recent years, future projections for gas tax are estimated to decline by about 64% due to the increase in electric vehicles. So this could have a significant impact on our fund balances if California does not reassess the gas tax mechanism. This chart shows both our restricted and discretionary revenue sources by fiscal year. SB ones shown here at the top in the kind of greenish brown color were adopted in 2017 and provide approximately $4 million to the county annually. This was created to compensate for shortfalls in HUDA funding, and as you can see, without those funds, our revenue would be much lower than it is. These funds are used for both basic road maintenance activities, including pavement preservation. However, keep in mind this chart does not illustrate inflation or other increased costs. So while revenue may be increasing, inflation and overall construction costs have increased significantly in the past several years. This hinders our ability to keep pace with needed improvements and regular maintenance. So in a nutshell, our MRA funds have resulted in improved stability and cost certainty in road maintenance. However, we struggle with competing core activities and limited available funding. And as I mentioned previously, with the added electric vehicles, there is concern over gas tax funding. Next, I'm going to move on to the direct road maintenance expenditures. You can see that our general maintenance expenditures shown here in the lower portion of the graph, which is essentially our roads crew operations, had a sharp increase between 2020 and 2023. This is primarily due to increased operating costs driven by increased salaries and benefits, inflation, increased liability costs, equipment replacement needs, which we will discuss further on in the presentation, and increased overhead costs. Additionally, the pavement preservation and vegetation management projects are high priorities for us, but these programs vary annually in terms of funding. So we have broken these out to illustrate that further. And although the previous slide did show revenues increasing, you can see our program costs also have been increasing on about the same level. And this is just showing your tax dollars at work, all of those revenues and expenditures I talked about previously. This was our 2024 road rehabilitation project, which included microsurfacing on Empress Road. Microsurfacing will extend the life of that road for about 7 years. And now I'll move on to our upcoming maintenance and capital improvement projects. This chart provides a more detailed breakdown of the expenditures I was talking about previously. Expenditures fall into two basic classifications: capital projects shown on the right and road maintenance activities shown on the left. You can see that almost half of all the expenditures this year will be from our federally funded bridge projects. This is largely due to the 3 bridge projects that are now in construction. Our second largest is our general maintenance category, which includes snow removal, minor pavement repairs, our equipment replacement program, road striping and signage, and some other large expenditures are from our equipment replacement program, the vegetation control projects, and our drainage and shoulder maintenance. And now I will pass it on to Pat to highlight some of our expenditures.
Thank you. Throughout the preparation of this capital improvement plan, there's some various things that we really wanted to highlight where we've had some success in some other areas where we still are working with some of the challenges that we've got. But 3 of the big things that I really wanted to try to focus on, one has been our bridge program over the past 3 years. We've done, quite honestly, we've had a very exceptional run on our bridges. We've replaced 7 bridges in the last 8 years, and we've got 3 more going right now. And for a county of our size, that's really pretty much unheard of for us to try to accomplish that kind of work and that level of work. So just want to kind of let you know that's one of the really bright stars that we've got within the public works area. Additionally, one of the other areas I wanted to mention is our equipment replacement program. And in the past, we've struggled with a balance of how much money to put into road maintenance versus road overlays versus equipment. And it's always a balancing act because we never quite have enough funds to do everything that we would like to do. But over the past couple of years, we've been able to set aside some money, purchase some equipment, and that's really been a shining star for us that we're finally getting the road crew some of the equipment that they need in order to do the job that we'd like them to be able to do. In addition to that, another area that I really wanted to highlight is our vegetation maintenance. And we've spent a lot of effort trying to get a lot of the vegetation pulled back from the edges of the road. That increases the ability for emergency ingress, egress, things like that. We've been extremely successful in working with not only CAL FIRE grants, we've had CDBG grants, we're currently working with FEMA on grants, so putting a lot of effort into that and trying to get the vegetation pulled back from the road. So I just kind of want to highlight several of those important things to us. As I mentioned, we are setting aside funds right now and have been for the last couple of years for our equipment replacement program. As an example, some of the equipment that we've been able to purchase over the last couple of years, we've purchased rollers, or a roller, we've had a new paver, we've had several trucks that we've purchased, 10-wheelers, a new grader, and all this really goes into the road crew's ability to go out and take care of the roads, which is something that is really the county's most valuable asset that we have. Well, it's not necessarily the bright, shiny star. It is our most valuable asset that the county has, so taking care of it is very important. Road crew goes out each year, and as I mentioned, in addition to the vegetation that we're removing with grants, they go out and they do a separate program for the vegetation removal. They're consistently out with shoulder maintenance. They're pulling gutters, pulling the material out of the shoulder drainage areas. Pavement maintenance. With the new paver, we've been able to spend a lot more time in going out and patching roads, putting in a little bit of effort into some higher quality patches that we've been doing. Snow removal, and drainage maintenance. The one area that we continue to try to work on as a challenge and our balance is what we call our pavement condition index. And throughout the entire state of California, everybody's roads are rated on a scale of 1 to 100. They call this a pavement condition index. The county has set a goal of 62 as the bottom number that we want to have for our overall pavement rating. Right now we are teetering between 24 and 25, between a 62, which is the goal of the board, and it looks like it's probably going to drop down to a 25 here within the next couple of months. We're just kind of right on that border. And as I mentioned, there are competing interests. If we put a lot of money into the road pavement, then we don't have the equipment. If we put too much money into equipment, then we don't have enough money for some of our other programs. So part of our thought here is that by spending a little bit more money on road equipment, that we can get the road crew out to try to bring this PC up, or at least slow the decay that we have of our roads. Currently, we're losing about 1 point a year. In order to move forward and have our roads stay at a stable, consistent number, we really would need to put in an extra $1 million a year into road improvements. Right now, we haven't identified that funding, but as I mentioned, we're trying to slow that decay down by putting money into our equipment, into our asphalt budget. Thought there is that if road crew can go out and try to take care of some of our local roads, engineering on our part can do some of our bigger roads, our arterials and collectors and things like that. So that's the way that we anticipate moving forward. And at this point, I'll kick it back to Michelle.
This table illustrates just another breakout of our capital expenditure projects by type, bridges, safety projects, and then other includes the projects that we're working on with transit. And then this table shows the higher level projects for the next 4 years, which include rehab or replacement of an additional 7 bridges, including in addition to the 7 Pat mentioned earlier, some high friction and road safety projects, road rehabilitation projects, and intersection projects, and a couple of projects with transit, including the bus wash and some chargers. And with that, our presentation is concluded, and we're available to take any questions from the members of the board or the public.
Thank you. Great presentation. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and I'll start with Sue for any questions or comments.
What we do with a little bit of money, that's the challenge. First, I want to appreciate both that we went over this and the things that are going to happen in my district, and I'm always challenged with the amount of miles that we have to manage with and timing and how we get everything done. So I think that one of those questions was interesting, the gas tax. I think that's going to be a real challenge as we move forward until they figure out what they're going to do with that. I actually I see there's people still doing studies, and we really haven't come across the real answers for that. You know, when we look at weight of vehicles and miles traveled, and those are challenging in a small area. The trucking, for example, just all the trucks that come down Highway 20 now, and some of those issues where we go into our unincorporated areas too, like North San Juan and Pin Valley, and some of those areas that are still going to be challenged. And vegetation, you know me, that's my one, and I want to appreciate the work that's being done and how we're looking to actually make that happen a little better with the program for spraying possibly. I think that's going to be a big benefit. And then again, we got to put this out to the public a little bit too. Vegetation management is something that we all can do and work on our roads, on our private roads. I give kudos to North San Juan. That group gets together and they spend a good deal of dollars. They're self-managing the roads especially on by Sages, the work that Fire Safe Community is doing up there. Our Fire Safe Communities are doing some great job on their private roads, because we're not even talking private roads in this conversation. This is just the county maintained roads. So, yeah, where do we find more money for it? So I don't know what the answer is to that either. We're looking money for all over the state for all kinds of things right now, right? But gas tax is our mainstay, and so we really do need to get some stabilization there. And so what you guys are doing now, we're going to still get complaints from our people, and we're going to have to keep explaining where we are. I don't think the money's being spent unwisely. Again, we have to have a little reserve. Equipment's another thing, right? You got air resources. Equipment times out and you can't use it anymore, so we have to invest. We have to invest in an expensive bus charging station, because that's where we're headed in this direction. So I feel like there's a lot going on, and we're trying to keep up with the times. So being a rural community is going to still continue to be a challenge. So thank you for doing the work you do. Thanks for taking those phone calls when people are upset about what's not being done. Thanks for taking my calls when I say where I see potholes. And I want to say with that, though, the crews are so responsive. And I think that's really helpful in that, because we are trying to keep our roads safe. And I can tell you there's other roads around that are not in as good a shape as ours. So, I think that shows how we're managing down the line. So I don't really have any other questions. It was a thorough conversation as far as what we're going to do in our districts, and I'll stay in contact when I have questions.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have one little tiny change in the project list. It lists the Rough and Ready intersection. Can we change that to the Rough and Ready Highway intersection? Because I don't want a bunch of people calling Sue going, what intersection are you fixing in Rough and Ready? Because that's actually in my district. It's that's the roundabout at where Ridge Road comes in, yeah. So just a little clarification.
We'd be glad to make that
maybe
change.
They're getting a crosswalk.
And they want one.
I know. So I too am really concerned about how the state's looking at backfilling on the gas tax. I know that there's numerous organizations that are trying to figure out an equitable share here. But my fear is that with the state, everything is always a one-size-fits-all, and rural counties are going to be penalized the most when they change the system. So I'm hoping that either through our work with RCRC or with some of the organizations that we are in there trying to make sure that the state is very aware that rural counties are different, miles traveled are different, vehicles used, you probably have per capita much more big trucks and SUVs because of the terrain here and the weather. So hopefully, we're working on that. I met somebody the other day who works for CalCog, which is the California Council of Governments, and this is one of their major projects that they're undertaking this year, is a study on this. And they have like 2 rural counties who are represented. One's Placer County, which in my opinion that's not a comparison to Nevada County or some of the smaller, less populated places. So you look at what the gas, how much the gas tax is in California, which is probably the highest in the country. But I think people who don't drive electric cars, if we're forced to have to pay some sort of a miles driven fee as well as the gas tax, which they're not going to get rid of the gas tax. So, you're penalized for not driving an electric car, and then you are penalized for driving an electric car, because I know many people who own electric cars because of the cost of gas. So there's not going to be any sort of financial benefit to them anymore for driving one. So I'm really concerned that we are involved in what happens moving forward. I've seen so many things at the state level that don't have any caveats for either really small businesses or rural communities, and I hope this is not one of them. So keep up the good work. I don't get as many calls, I think, on the vegetation management in my district as some of my colleagues do, but I'm really appreciative when I do get a call to turn it over to you and you explaining to our constituency how it works, and when you're going to get to them, people really appreciate the communication factor in that. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just, a couple questions. Could you pull up the bar chart on the actuals? It had the actual, and then it kind of shifted. Looks like right there, yeah. So the actual expenditure in the light green, and then the brown current year, that makes sense to me, and then project expenditures. So the brown and the project are just a replacement for actual. They're the same thing, that you just use a different color?
Correct, yeah. So the Chair Bullock, the light green shows actuals that have occurred in previous years, and then brown is just what we're projecting for current year, and orange is projections for future years.
Reservation cost. Okay, so that's aggregate. Okay, that answered my question. I wasn't sure if I read that right. I think it's been covered on the gas tax. Couldn't agree more. There's some sort of solution. I think if we all remember, Caltrans came here and presented. Caltrans came and presented to us, and I wasn't super stoked on how, we kind of peppered that state employee with a lot of really tough questions, that's what we do. But at the same time, they're grasping at straws, trying to make this really complicated tax-based equation to understand the implication of their decisions, right? And so Caltrans came here and presented that to us, and I think we had a lot of questions, and even probably more now. Just wondering and asking my colleagues on the board if we want to make ledge and reg priority, or ask staff to maybe look into some of that, because as far as my awareness, we don't have anything directly hitting that. So that may be a question if we wanted to look at the ledge platform to talk more about that. I'd throw that out there. And then I will mention, I agree with everything that's been said here. On the local level, John has been outstanding with my constituents. I have a very small amount of paved county roads, but I have a tremendous amount of unmaintained and partially maintained dirt roads in District 5, and they require a lot of maintenance, and they get a lot of calls on it, people that live, a ways down. So thank you to John for really interfacing and buffering the people and letting them understand what we can and can't do. Sierra Pacific Industries has a huge operation at the back side of some of our roads, so I would just ask that you pay close attention to the people that are monetizing the use of the road with their industry to get recouped and reiterate the cost of that maintenance back to us. And I know you have agreements and discussions with these people all the time, but just making sure we're getting our fair share is important to me. And the other piece I'll mention is there's a movement to try and change the legislation related to the weight of trucks that can go down the road. Yeah, and so I really think we need to think about that. I've written a letter of opposition because I don't want to see those trucks on the 80 section in Nevada County. I think it's already a huge problem on Highway 80. And I talked to Placer County Supervisor Gustafson as well, and met with Caltrans and told them directly that I oppose that legislation. So we may want to talk a little bit more if staff has a chance to research that, because I think that would have a pretty negative effect on our county road system. But thanks for all you do, and I know you guys work really hard, like Supervisor Hook was saying, to balance the money, and there's just such a huge demand and just a small pot, so thanks for doing your best on that.
Yeah, thank you. And I know David and Patrick, we met and went over the 58-page document, and that was very helpful. So thank you for that. And then kind of piggybacking on what Sue and Lisa said, the vegetation management is, I think, the thing we probably hear the most in the rural districts, and you guys have been very helpful and receptive to explaining that or the timelines. And I assume this is public record and people can come in and look at it. And I would just ask, and I think you're doing it, as with all these funding uncertainties, as these projects kind of change and some get pushed back, I guess there's not like a clearinghouse where somebody from the public could go and look at how the time frame has changed, much like I think Caltrans has for some of their projects. And I wouldn't expect that we'd have that, but I guess my one and only question would be, as these are updated going forward, if there's not a place for people to look, it would be, I guess, at the board meetings and the continual updates like this, where people would be able to, I guess, be aware of the timeframes if they change.
Yeah, if I'm understanding your question correctly, we do post the CIP each year, so somebody can go back and look at our 24, 23, 22, et cetera, back and see what projects there were, what the timelines are, and how those were laid out. But we do make this available on our website. Additionally, on our website, we do try to update that fairly regularly so that projects are as current as they possibly can be. So some of our road projects, bridge projects, spraying projects, all those kinds of things are updated probably every couple of months. So people can always go back and take a look at that as well.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I will just add on to the legislation on the trucks that came across my desk, and it's not in our ledge platform. So we're going to be bringing a letter back to the whole board to have that discussion in the near future, and we can talk about whether we want to do a board letter on that. I will say, with regard to my district, we're all talking about sort of what's happening in my district. I get very few complaints about roads except for on evacuation roads. That seems to be the singular focus of my district right now, is veg management and road maintenance on evacuation roads. And I know you're working closely with OES and others on that issue, so I just want to make that public, make that statement that the board staff is coordinating on highlighting where we need work on those evacuation roads. It's obviously an overlapping issue between departments. And then I would echo the issue of gas tax, not knowing what's going to happen there is concerning. And we did have a great presentation. I don't remember where I saw that. Actually, it was probably at one of my association meetings from the state on what they're looking at. And maybe we can reach out and ask someone at the state to come and give us a presentation and take our questions on it, because I think that's really key to how we're gonna be moving forward. My last question would be on the federal grants piece, which is mostly what we're bringing down for veg management. So if you can go back to that slide, because I think that's the other place where there's uncertainty, and I just want to check on that. Where you have the Fed, no, we're near the end, like one of the last slides. Where you meant, keep going. Near the end. There we go, right there. Bridges, federal grants. And development fee, all of these have federal grants except for the last one. So I'm assuming we're good with all the grants that we've received to date, and that money's been pulled down and available. Is that correct? Excellent. And do we know anything, are we seeing anything like weird frozen funds for future projects yet?
Right now, what we're seeing is that all of our projects that have been funded by the feds are still active, and everything seems to be going just the way that it's supposed to. So the feds have not pulled any funding on any of our major projects or even on any of our smaller projects at this point. What we anticipate going forward, if we can anticipate what's going to happen, most of the infrastructure type projects have really been left unscathed at this point. It's some of the other things that might, such as electric vehicles and things, are going to be a little bit more difficult to try to get funding for in the future. But most of the infrastructure stuff we do anticipate moving forward.
Okay, that's good. That's great to know. And please, on that, keep us up to date too. If you start hearing about any of that funding getting frozen, please let us know. But it's really good news that it's been untouched to date. And then I think those are all the questions I have. So let's open up for public comment.
One more time. So the intersection, you need to say the name of the other road, Rough and Ready Highway and such intersection. The gas tax needs to be renamed as a road tax, so the public's perception of what you're talking about changes and makes it more palatable for funds to come from other areas to pay for the roads besides gas. Evacuation routes, there's a lot of dead-end roads that end at large parcels. And the large parcel owner may be amenable to having a gated road through their parcel leading to another road if they were given liability protection and it was only available during a fire or an imminent disaster. And for veg clearance, you know what the cost you have for doing the veg clearance. If, say, half of that cost, you offered to the private landowner a tax break for half of what it would cost you to do that veg management, offering that to the private landowner may incentivize them to do the work for you. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks. Did we want to comment on any of that?
I guess I would just want to clarify that at the Rough and Ready Highway intersection, the roads that we're looking at for that roundabout is Ridge Road, Adams Avenue, and Rough and Ready Highway. All three of those roads will come together at one intersection, and there will be a roundabout there. Currently, we're working our way through the design on that, and we've got that funded, at least from a design standpoint, but we have not yet secured funds for construction.
Okay, thank you. Matthew.
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I just want to know why a bus wash station costs $5 million. Can somebody answer that?
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
When we went through the design process for that, there is a lot of the mechanical equipment, whether it's the washers, the sedimentation basins that go with that particular project. We're still looking for funding for that. I can certainly make those documents available to anybody who wants to come and see, and we can give them the cost estimate. I don't have the specifics at the tip of my fingers right now, but I'm certainly willing to post that and or give it to anybody, and they can see exactly what our anticipated cost breakout is for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After this. Thank you. Yeah.
Pat, the bus washing piece, I had a similar question. I had the privilege of being in CAP Facilities Committee, so I've seen that kind of progress over time. But like all the tech sand oil separators and environmental protection pieces, I mean, you're talking about a huge project there. I just wanted to make note of that because I kind of asked myself the same thing, but there's a lot there.
It is a significant process to go through that project. So it's not just a matter of, driving a car through there and somebody holds a wand and washes it off. That's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about a drive-through bay that has not only ability with the wands, or handheld wands, but it also has some of the rollers and things like that. The facility has to be large enough to bring a backhoe on the back of a flatbed, whether it's on a trailer or a lowboy, bringing it through the facility. So it's a fairly large facility. Then again, once you get all that mud and gunk, it's not like a typical car, because if we're running heavy equipment through there, whether it's, again, backhoes, things like that are caked in mud, having to have the different settling basins, if you will. They're much smaller than a settling basin, but within the facility itself. And then the processing of all those things, it takes time. We are going to be running all that clean water back through and into our septic field, our leach field system, so making sure that everything's sized right. It was definitely a significant effort, and we didn't want to just do something that was just for cars only, because then our equipment would be, then what do we do with the equipment? So when we sized it so it's large enough to handle all the county equipment, buses, et cetera.
Great point. Thanks for summarizing that. I think some of it is like noxious weeds, like weed seeds. When you mow one area, you don't want to move those seeds to some other place and infect it. So, I mean, you guys have a lot on your plate there. Thank you for summarizing.
Yeah. That's a good point. I think we need to do a better job of explaining to the public what that is in that case, because it doesn't sound like it's that, and I could see why there would be questions. So let's look at how we're explaining that to people so that when we get questions, they know what we're doing.
We could certainly add that to our website and detail out a project description as far as what it is and what it's supposed to do. And
I think
how it
that would
fits
be
in.
very helpful. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
So just a quick comment in regard to the intersection that we're talking about on Rough and Ready Highway. Once the staff kind of finishes the design for that, it's my intention to work with staff to potentially do a community meeting to explain to people what we're doing, what it's going to look like, and I would probably want to do it in conjunction with Supervisor Hook, because while it's in my district, most of the people who use that are driving to Penn Valley or Rough and Ready for work or that they live out there. So I really want to make sure that the public understands what we're doing there, because it is going to be I think it's going to be a pretty significant change to sleepy little Highway 20 that's been like that since as long as I can remember. And used to drive it a lot before new Highway 20 went in, which isn't new anymore, but it's still if you've lived here for a long time, it's still new at Highway 20. So I do want to make sure that the public understands we will be doing some outreach on that one to explain it to people. And I appreciate your patience with explaining it to me, because it's been complicated.
Yeah, and let me just take 1 second. Were there calls? I never closed out public comment. Were there any calls, team?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and come back to the board. Go ahead, Sue.
No, thanks. I just think, again, I want to thank you. I think and I want to give a shout out for the advocacy that goes through this, right? We have Transportation Commission that works with a lot of stuff with Caltrans. You guys, there's so much interaction, and all of you do such a great job, because fighting for rural communities for funding is huge. So I just want to give a shout out for the advocacy that goes on here so that we actually try to get the dollars that need to come back to Nevada County. So that's a big thing. It really is. I mean, we have to hear our voice, and you guys do a great job of that. So I wanted to give you a shout out. Thanks.
All right, unless there are any more questions, I'm going to call for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4. Yes. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Great. Thank you very much, all of
Then
you, the whole
Chair
team.
Hall, I just want to confirm that we'll open a board order to bring back a presentation on California gas tax. Is that correct? Consensus
Please,
of the board?
yes. Mhm. Thank you. All right, so to my colleagues, can we get through announcements maybe before closed session and lunch? Can we do that? Okay, then let's go ahead. We're going to go to announcements, and then we're going to go to closed session and then lunch. So who would like to start? Don't make me call on someone. Okay, go Artie.
Pretty quick this time. I will start with the fun stuff. I volunteered after being asked twice. I finally turned it, well, this is the third time, to do Dancing with the Stars. So I get to dance with a star. Oh my gosh, seriously?
You have to tell us when it is.
Okay, let me find that and I'll send it out. It's like April 20th. Wait, it's soon. It's like a couple weekends. Anyway, and they picked the theme music. I'm 80s, which is awesome because I grew up with 80s music. So I'm going to dance with a professional dancer in front of 600 people. I would encourage you to video it and put it up online because it's going to be that bad, and you can tease me for the rest of my life. But it's a charitable event. It is one of the primary fundraisers for Inner Rhythms, which is an entirely nonprofit-based dance that takes dance to underprivileged communities. So that's awesome. And yeah, it's in Truckee. Yeah, so they teach people to dance, and I'll send the date out so you can all watch it. It should be fun and really scary for me, but we'll give it a shot. Yesterday, we had our Air Quality Management District meeting, which was a pretty quick meeting. Nothing super significant except that the comments related to air quality in Nevada County are skyrocketing, and I think it's a double-edged sword. It's related primarily to increased burning, people trying to get rid of green waste. So we're trying to figure out how to fund the response because the fire departments have to go out and respond on behalf of the AQMD district. But we're doing good over there. Everything is good at this point, and we did our allocation for Nevada County. Nevada County is the largest contributor for submission on the DMV fees back to AQMD, so we were looking at the number, the way we calculate that. And then dealing with some constituent issues in Soda Springs, and the two big issues are the THAC, Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee report is out. This board has it. The town of Truckee is doing a big community outreach function in 5 days, which I'll be a member of the panel trying to talk about that. They're probably going to ask, what the county's involvement is, and so on the heels of Hope Ridge, there's going to be some discussion about that, and I hope to return back to my colleagues on the board and describe what the constituents there in the town think and feel about it and how the town's going to respond to that, so I can bring you some good information. And then we have a lot of activity related to the pending library project. Going to the town council, we thought it was going to be tonight, but it's indeed in 2 weeks at their other town council meeting. Those are the polling results. Initially, they were pretty difficult, but they've since kind of parsed out the data and worked through some of the strategy and a bond measure, and it looks a little bit better than it did before, so we'll have to see how that goes. But those are essentially where I'm spending my time on. And then working also with the CIP. It was noted in the project, you'll see it in the project charter for the old Highway 40 snow removal project, kind of how we handle that, how that road is treated within our road system, in combination with Sugar Bowl doing a huge capital facility work at their ski resort, which changes the dynamic. And it's interesting because I kind of raised my hand and said, oh, this is a county piece, but really it becomes a town piece because the town boundary is right at the bottom of our road. So all the work we do to enhance coverage or transportation really is kind of lands on Donner Lake, which is a big residential neighborhood. So working with our staff on that.
Rob, do you want to go next?
Yeah, after I recovered from my illness, I had a busy week, and one of the highlights, I want to give a shout out to Alex and Allison. I attended the Sierra College Forum, Community Forum, on a lot of OES stuff and evacuation routes, and they did a great job, and that was well attended. I also attended my first solid waste meeting, and that was great. And I had been hearing a lot about some of the new waste management stuff. I think we're starting to get the word out on that. And I also visited the transfer station, which I don't know if you guys go as frequently as I, but it's been awesome as far as the waits for me, in my experience. And I think I closed it down on Sunday. But did some of that. And then a few weeks ago now, got to tour the new storage facility. I think I saw Lisa there too in passing. And that was great to see that completed. And then afterwards, went over and took a little tour of the airport. And there'll be some stuff, I think, going forward later this year on the airport that I'll be excited to find more about. That's about it for now.
So I have attended a couple of short budget subcommittee meetings as a precursor as we're getting ready for the full-on budget subcommittees, which are going to start, I think, in the first part of May. I also toured the storage facility. It's an impressive building for what it is. The interior is designed very well. I think the county is going to make good use of the space up there. So impressed with that. I went to the Bites of Insight. I'm not sure who came up with that name, but it's a mouthful. Last week with Allison and the CDA department, and it's just an hour-long lunch to hear, what's going on with their department and for them to ask questions. It was great. I love interacting with our employees. Tricia, you have a really fun group of people that you get to work with. So. I also attended the Power of the Purse last week, which is a event that the Bright Futures for Youth puts on to explain about their programs. it's the biggest crowd I've ever seen for that event. There were over 350 people there. It was really impressive. They did a great job explaining all the wonderful work that they're doing in the community right now. I also attended the community forum. I've tried to go to most of those. The attendance on those has increased significantly since I started going, which is a testament to the group that they're doing things that people are interested in. And I'm going to give a little plug. I'm actually speaking at the next one in April about the arts myself. I'm representing the Center for the Arts with Gary Peterson, who's going to represent the Miners Foundry, and Ken Harden, who's going to represent In Concert Sierra. So if you're interested in the arts community, I think it's the 25th of April at 10:30 at Sierra College. I attended the Sierra Harvest Soup Night on Friday night, a sold-out event. 450 people came and ate soup to support all the great work that Sierra Harvest is doing. I attended my first capital projects meeting a couple weeks ago. We had a housing ad hoc, which we're really kind of getting into the weeds now of what work we can actually do with the limited resources that we have. And I think, I'm sure. Oh, yes. The highlight, I think, of last week was the event that we elected leaders, women leaders of Nevada County have put on. This was our second annual event. There were 4 women who were honored in our community by myself and my colleagues, and it is so impressive. I mean, my recipient is a young woman who started with the Friendship Club when she was in 5th grade, and today she owns a retail business on Mill Street in downtown Grass Valley, and she's really worked her way up from kind of a disadvantaged background to building something that's really amazing. I believe it's a testament of the work of the Friendship Club and Bright Futures for Youth and what they've done for young women, but equally impressed with our youth. And I'll let Sue and Heidi talk about their recipients, but it was a really wonderful event. Thank you to everybody who helps put that on. And I see it growing, and lots of people who came this year for the first time want to come back, want to bring friends, want to do more awards. It was really a special day, so thanks to everybody who put that on.
Yeah, I would echo that. It was a great afternoon, and thank you to all my colleagues that made the investment to bring all those women together. I think that was the fun part. It just was, and just a way to show appreciation for what they do in this community. It was a very energizing room to be full of that many women that have a passion for Nevada County. So yeah, again, thank you. It was a great afternoon, and my little gal Pamela that got my award, she just is still ecstatic, and she wrote the greatest post about it, and I loved how she brought in how that group works together. You know, she's very humble that way. She's great. She's got a lot of fire, but it just shows you what you can do when you pull together as a community and how many different things that can get done. And I thought it was really special. And so I went from Women's Tea to Rough and Ready Fire Department. And again, that place was packed. You know, for a little community that really had kind of had this moment in time where they're feared of not having a fire department. And I mean, there's still struggles, we know that. But it brought community back together. That place was packed. Parking was full everywhere. The seats were all full. And they were doing out go bags, which I thought was a great idea. They had that being done. I didn't get to stay there very long, but again, it was exciting to see a community engaging because that's how we get things done together. And so that was fun. And then off I went to the Penn Valley MAC and had a good presentation from the Community Foundation on their project that's getting ready to be submitted for application. And I want to say Kimberly, and she did a presentation on the research idea of having a business license. It was a really interesting conversation that went a lot of different directions, but I want to say they did a really good job. I think it's one of the first ones they've done, and they actually hit my chamber meeting as well, but so the outreach is just starting. So don't panic, people. Just go and listen and bring your opinions. I think they're going to go to South County MAC, so they'll be all around the community sharing that idea. We'll probably go to North San Juan, so just that's all happening. Western Gateway Park, we went there, and they're just very appreciative of the loan from the county as they move forward. Lots going on. they're waiting for some engineering for the crossing, making arrangements. The kids are playing baseball in different areas around the town. The seniors are up in town. I think everybody would be very excited to get back to the park. We have a new board member. The board's full there, so it was a really good meeting. And I would tell you the interesting thing was the conversation over pickleball. I like pickleball is the thing of the, it's just, I mean, and yeah, so it kind of is the craziest thing all over the country. And then the noise, I guess it makes a whap noise or something. And so there was conversation about the noise. It was the most interesting thing I've ever experienced. But anyway, so things are moving at the park good. There's a lot of activities coming up. Power of the Purse it was amazing. I was a little late getting there from my transportation meeting, but that place was packed. And the stories are always so inspirational. Thank you to the Hospital Foundation. They were there. There were just so many people. All the speakers were great. Had a transportation committee meeting. Let's see, RCRC. I'm on the Kohler ad hoc, and that was really interesting. A meeting tomorrow is our RCRC meeting, and we have a meeting with AT&T to go over some of those. I'm really excited about the interaction we're going to have there. We had a Yuba cohort meeting, and it was good to kind of standard what we're going to do, kind of looking at where we're headed, talking about this year will be interesting as we move. There's going to be probably extra water releases because of where we are with PG&E and Spalding and how we're going to get that messaging out. And of course, the other part was it'll be our last meeting with Pat Sullivan from Consolidated. And so we had a little bit of a celebration for that because he's been on that committee for a while, and he promises to hand it off to somebody that will be as engaged with working with the cohort. Again, met the new solid waste member that's going to join our board, and just a little update of what was happening there. Our solid waste committee meeting's coming up pretty soon. Worked on the LAFCO budget committee. We'll be bringing that to LAFCO at the next meeting. I had a climate ad hoc meeting, which was good. Talking about our summit and working with putting together the Western Collaborative. So more to come on that. I went to my Aged and AAA. Area for an Aging. I went to the new member training. It was really interesting. It was online, and I got to do that. And then I just had a Mountain County Water meeting, and we just kind of talked about the many bills that are coming through that we need to be paying attention to, and especially 469, I think it is, with some of the electric stuff coming down the pipe where there'll be some holdoffs on some of that. So, and that's all I have.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll start from my outside stuff to the inside stuff. So I did attend a Civic Well conference, the annual conference, policymakers conference. I'm still on the board of Civic Well, but I stepped down from being vice president. Thank goodness they passed that on. But this year, under our new executive director, it's really grown and expanded. We had both Tony Atkins and Betty Yee come and speak, as well as Wade Crowfoot come and speak. That conference is about climate action, but it covers housing, it covers transportation, it's a lot of the same things we're dealing with, and brings in the experts in those fields to help us figure out how we're moving forward. So it's always very helpful. I attended also very quickly a Butte County CSAC regional meeting where we toured the aftermath of the Paradise Fire. We had a short conversation here internally about some of that when I came back, but really one of the key messages to take away is, this is the second place I've toured. I've toured the Coffee Fire in Sonoma a couple months ago. The key thing I think we need to be really educating people on is how big a lift it is to rebuild, that they have to replace infrastructure. They had to replace infrastructure, sewers, and water lines that were contaminated. They had to replace roads because of all the equipment that comes in to clear the debris out. And then you have to replace your home and there's all these new standards, and whether you have insurance or don't have insurance and you're using FEMA money, it takes a very long time. So when people think maybe they can rebuild in a year or two, it's more like 5 to 10 years, both with the county and state and federal investments as well as your own investments. So another reason to emphasize prevention, that how much we can do on prevention is we can't do too much to prevent the losses that we would have from wildfires. That was a very helpful learning experience to see that. I also attended Power of the Purse, and that is, I also met separately with Bright Futures for Youth to get an update on some of their programs. And I think I feel like I want to look at this nexus that we're looking at in terms of a small group of youth that they're working with, which are basically homeless youth or youth that are couch surfing and then are aging out of the system and then are left kind of on their own but without housing. And so wanting to make sure that we're doing that intersection in our housing and homeless work along with what they're doing to make sure that there is a transition for those youth into a place to live. So that was a very enlightening and helpful conversation. Went to, again, also part of the budget subcommittee, the housing subcommittee, and the air quality board. And I agree, thank you for summarizing that, Hardy, that the issue of burning and air complaints is a big one. And somebody needs to do more outreach on that. I think we talked about that a little bit. Did go to a mayor's and managers meeting this month. It was at the Miners Foundry. It was fun to be there with no one in it, which is rare, and got to tour the back of it and look at what kind of infrastructure improvements they're going to need to make. And again, we heard that this morning is a sad thing, but also has a lot of possibilities for the future. I met with Yvonne from Verizon. We asked her to give us more updates ahead of time in terms of what towers are coming. And I did encourage her to meet with the specific supervisors early where the towers are coming in to make sure we're getting all the information and including the community input as best we can. And then I'll end. I just want to say, Sue, please bring your feisty self to the AT&T meeting with RCRC. I'm really glad you're engaged in that. We need to stay on top of that. And then the women's tea also was very, very heartening to hear the stories. Great people that were selected to be awardees. In my case, I did a co-award of 2 young women from Truckee High School in their senior year who were going on to do big things in public health and focusing in particular on the Latino community and building bridges and integrating and both so well spoken. It just was gave us hope for the future, I think, which is, we're depending on our young people to lead us into the future. So they were great. They were amazing. So thank you to Lisa for helping to spearhead this, and Allison, and to Lynn for all the work she did to make this happen. I think that was well worth having. So that's all for me.
I just want to make one really quick pitch. Monday the 31st in the board chambers here, we are doing a community forum on cell phone towers, which was something that I had talked about at the board workshop. So I will invite anybody. I think it's at 5:30 to 7, I think is our time frame, and it will be facilitated. And our staff will be making a presentation, and really it's to gain input from the public before this issue goes to the Planning Commission to write the new ordinance. So hopefully people who showed up to our board workshop will come and ask their questions and help us provide some input into a positive new ordinance for this.
Thank you, Lisa, for mentioning that. Yeah, Sue.
Real quick, I'm going to be fast. I just remind people, if you are having struggles with AT&T, if they are not helping you with your phone lines, please call me. I'm happy to do that. And do make your complaints to the CPUC. I just want to keep reminding that because they're not being great and transparent. They're kind of being deceptive when they speak with you. So please take that extra time and make your complaint. Make sure you get your case number. And I'm happy. You just call me. You can leave me a number. If I'm not at my office, leave me a message because we have a lot coming down. I'm going to be on a panel that's coming up. We're not going to let them take away our phones, even though they like to. There's a lot of deceptive information coming out and advertising right now about switching over, but it doesn't tell you that it's always going to work. So I just wanted to point that out. Sorry.
No, and maybe we can do some social media outreach on the county, both on the AT&T thing and on the cell tower. Yeah, that's good points. Thank you. Allison, did you want to provide?
Sure, just a few things that haven't been mentioned. I did attend many of the same events that all of you attended this last month. Really proud of our community for coming out and supporting Bright Futures and Sierra Harvest and hearing updates from those organizations really doing important work. I think it just really demonstrates the value of our nonprofits in our community and the important work that they're doing. Had a call with the executive director of Kids Zone, which is a children's museum up in Truckee. Actually, our first 5 provided seed funding, I want to say in 2006. They have a building that they are going to be moving out of and expanding their operations in Truckee Community Park, which would really complement the future library. They are looking for partnerships for the new building as well as programming. They do have a farm day in Truckee, little did I know, and so we connected them with Chris Denise, our ag commissioner, to see where we could provide some lift to that event. Bites of Insights is basically a lunch and learn that we have with staff, and all of you are going to be invited to attend throughout the year. It is our goal to provide an opportunity for two-way conversations with our employees to share what's happening at a board level, but then also really hearing what's happening on the ground. As Supervisor Swarthout stated, it was great. It was really informal, lots of good conversations, and staff really appreciated having you there, so thank you. Met with Tom Lass, who's the Executive Director of the Contractors Association. I meet with him monthly to really get feedback on county services to see where we could improve. Also, he's super helpful in terms of giving us industry perspective. As we know, or what I heard, that a lot of his members currently have work, but it's the 6, 9, 1 year out where there's a lot of uncertainty. And that actually reflects on our building permits that we've seen decline as well. With the Women's Recognition event, our youth commissioners really did an exceptional job, and specifically Sophia, which is a student up in Truckee. And so we're going to take an opportunity to reprint her speech as in other voices in the newspaper. It really talked about in uncertain times and where there could be division, what can we do as a community to work together, respect together, and really focus on what we all agree on. So just very inspirational. And then lastly, the Sierra Harvest fundraiser had an opportunity to do, they gave updates on their programs, and one thing that I think it's important for the board to recognize, they did formalize their JPA for school lunches. So that is moving forward. They're moving into joint operations with Grass Valley School District this summer, and will be operational between 2 sites, the high school kitchen and then the new Grass Valley kitchen, to provide healthy meals for kids with all our school districts starting in the fall. So kudos to them for that work. The fire forum was a good turnout, over 100 people. And the takeaways that'd be important for the board to hear is that, one, lots of questions around evacuations. So the board's policy direction to bring focus on that, dedicate funding, is really on pulse of what we heard with the questions. Also support for our Firewise communities. I would say over half the people there were involved in a Firewise community, and we really need to continue about how do we support their efforts, because it's going to take a whole community approach to be effective. And then also I just want to share appreciation that they provided to the Board of Supervisors for providing gap funding for keeping Rough and Ready Fire Station open. So I wanted to make sure that you heard that as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Jeffrey?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have too much. Pardon me. Last time I was before you, actually. I was out sick for a few days, so but good to be back. I think a couple things, a lot of different internal meetings with staff, kind of working through and find the budget process. I just want to give kudos to Allison and her team and the support that they provide for departments on the budget process. I think is phenomenal. Also had a meeting on behalf of Supervisor Bullock with Sugar Bowl. We also had Public Works there as well. They kind of provided an update on some of the infrastructure development that they're planning to do up in Sugar Bowl, and talking about also the plowing pieces that they operate in. So that was actually a really good meeting. I think we had some good takeaways. Of course, staff also participated and attended the Municipal Advisory Council meeting with Supervisor Hook. Had a great call with some folks at CSAC, specifically also Catherine Freeman, who leads the Agricultural, Environmental, and Natural Resources Committee, and talked about a little bit of the strategy associated with wildfire insurance at the state and the federal level, and had a number of calls on different federal pieces as well. We'll be providing you an update later this afternoon. And then also had an initial early planning meeting with some of the folks regarding the Sustainability Summit, and thinking through and providing a little bit of feedback to staff on the development of the program that ultimately would go to the ad hoc for consideration. And that's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to closed session. So Kit, you would read us out, please?
Yes, thank you. So we have a closed session as listed on the agenda, requesting determine whether litigation should be initiated by the county in 2 matters. And then we have an addendum agenda, and as listed there, County Council is requesting a closed session with the board to discuss 1 matter in which there are significant threats of litigation. So,
thank you. And we do take public comment on that. Is there public comment on our closed session?
Yes, Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I found it odd on the closed session thing that it didn't list what it's about. So it's just a closed session. You guys are going to go talk about something, but the public's not able to know what it is, even a hint. That's kind of backroom dealing, basically. I understand you can do it, and Heidi, you should really consider your constituents, all your constituents, not just the ones that agree with you. Thank you.
I'm not sure what that was about. Kit, do you want to just explain what closed session is?
Can I respond since you responded to me?
No, I'm asking for an answer to your question.
So the reason why closed session exists, and so that we can do things without announcing what we've done, is for the protection of the county, especially in initiation of litigation. The idea is that you're not giving advance notice to persons that you're going to be serving or moving forward on. With regard to threat of litigation, again, that's an internal process. Once a decision is actually made or we go forward in any of these matters, those are all public documents once we make a decision. So,
thank you. And it's common practice throughout the state for counties to have closed sessions for those reasons.
Where's the information available for the conclusion of the different closed sessions, including the lawsuits?
So Chair Hall, I'm happy to follow up with you, Matthew, and make sure that you get information on this item as it progresses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go out and then lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
we started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have two daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by.
Okay, good afternoon. We're back. First, Kit, could you please read us out of session?
Yes, thank you. With regard to all matters listed on the agendas, direction was given to staff.
All right, thank you. And we are going into our 2025 priority objective charters and a resource allocation discussion. So we have a lot of items to get through on this. What did we agree to take questions charter by charter? Let's see how it goes. Yeah, so to my colleagues, this is going to be a long discussion. There's a lot of charters. Hopefully you were able to read through them before today. Why don't we try to take clarifying questions after each charter, but not get into a discussion until we've seen them all. Is that all right? Okay, all right. So I'm handing it over to Erin. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Erin Metler, your Deputy County Executive Officer and Chief Fiscal Officer. Here with my fellow agency directors today, Tricia Tillotson with Community Development Agency, Ryan Groover with Health and Human Services Agency, and Craig Griesbach, your newest agency director for Information General Services Agency. So we're here before you to present on the Nevada County priority objectives for 25-26. And just a quick agenda, I'm going to set the stage for you and talk through where we are in the process as well as where we're going. Each of the agency directors and myself will go over the 8 priority objectives and talk about the activities on a very high level, and then go through a bit of a fiscal picture for each of those objectives as well. In addition, we'll be available to answer questions, and then we'll look to the board for some priority setting, policy direction, and go through next steps. So with that, I'm going to start off with our budget development process flowchart. Again, our budget process in Nevada County is a dynamic year-round process. We start in January at your board workshop. I gave a presentation at that time looking at last fiscal year, how we ended that fiscal year on June 30th of 24. Also what we're doing for the current fiscal year as of our Q2, and then a bit of a forecast, if you will, for upcoming 25-26. And if you recall in that presentation, I showed a series of graphs representing our economically sensitive revenues and really talked about how our revenue picture is changing, not dramatically, but enough that it's going to, and it has caused some struggles with preparing our expenditure budget proposal for the upcoming fiscal year. And so what that means is we're going into the year with less revenue than anticipated and less revenue than we've had in the past. And there's a variety of reasons for that. Namely, our COVID funding has expired and been exhausted. We've used it really well. And we've enjoyed a host of different levels of service during the pandemic as appropriate. And so now it's our opportunity to right-size our services as we move forward, and recognizing that things cost more to get done, that sales tax revenue isn't as strong as it has been in the past few years, that property tax is in a similar situation where it's not growing as much as it has in the past several years. And so as we struggle to right-size our budget proposal, we're right in the thick of it right now. So in February and March, your fiscal staff across the whole county is working tirelessly trying to put together their best budget proposal for the July 1 start of the new fiscal year. And right now that is a struggle for all of us. And so really what we're asking staff to do is meet expenditures, meet revenue. And then for anything that does not, or that exceeds the revenue available, we're having robust discussions about, is this the right opportunity and the right time to move forward with that particular item or not? Are there other funding sources available or not? And so those discussions are occurring right now, and they will continue to occur in your fiscal staff's purview for the next month, month and a half, before we bring a proposed budget before the budget subcommittee in May. These priority objectives are part of that discussion in that the board has directed that staff focus in 8 different areas throughout the year, one of them being fiscal stability and core services. So we spend a lot of time with our budget preparation figuring out how we arrive at a balanced budget proposal to the board, and also making sure that when we are increasing budget requests, that we're doing it in a sustainable and fiscally responsible way. So in April and May, we'll review those budgets, myself and my staff, and then bring it to the budget subcommittee, as I mentioned. The next time that your board will see these project charters, it will be incorporated into our full budget proposal at a June public hearing. And that will be our opportunity to present a full budget picture to include these project areas as well. These are the 8 priority objectives going into 25-26. They have not changed from 24-25, other than they got new pretty icons as a result of, or thanks to our Public Information Office team. And how we're going to work the presentation today, we have just under an hour for discussion, for presentation, for questions and answers. And really we want to walk through each of these priority objectives, talk about what our plan is for the upcoming year, and note that these objectives, because they're not new, we built upon last year's charters and some of them the prior years before that. Some of these objectives have been around for a while, and so each year when we refresh the charter document, which is our plan for what we're going to do and the activities that we're going to employ to further the goal of that objective, each year we're building upon what has come before. And so some have slight adjustments, some have major changes, and we'll try to capture that in our presentation. The purpose of providing a plan for each of these objectives is really to be aspirational. If we had all the resources available, what could our current staff capacity support in a given year? And so from that perspective, we want to show you what our proposal is for each of the objectives in terms of activities, if only we had the resources available. What you're going to find is that we're presenting activities that are beyond the resources available for the objectives. And so we're also going to work through what it could look like for a reduced picture for each of these objectives. And then staff does have a proposal for you in terms of a balanced plan moving forward. But I want to touch a little bit upon the reason for having an aspirational plan and the reason for identifying activities and expenditures above what we may have available is that we've noticed in the last 5 years, as we've been more competitive in the grant world, that grant applications are competitive when they're supported by plans, when they're supported by a document that dictates and details a long-term picture. I'll use economic development for an example. We have an economic development plan. It has several different activities identified, and if only for funds to go behind those activities, we could actually accomplish the goal. Getting that funding in terms of a grant request or an application requires partnership, it requires planning, it requires a lot of thought put into that ask of that funding agency. And so while we're showing you all the different things that we could do, and it's really exciting, we're also taking kind of a measured approach and being able to put a realistic lens on what we're able to do given staff capacity as well as fiscal resources in the upcoming fiscal year. And so that is nuanced, and I apologize in advance. It's going to get a little complicated today, but we are here to answer your questions, and we are here to help guide the conversation as needed towards a final recommendation. So what we're asking for the board today to support us on and provide policy direction for is approving the charters as presented, the plans as presented, and then giving us some direction for how we come at the resource allocation requests going into the fiscal year budget process. You'll see as we go through the objectives, and at the end I'll be summarizing the total requested amount. The total requested amount is about $1.76 million, and I'm suggesting that we keep the resource allocation to about $1 million even, so a reduction of $766,000. And there's a couple reasons for that, mostly have to do with our fiscal picture and wanting to take that measured approach, but also keep the door open for the opportunity to leverage funds during the year. As grant opportunities materialize, as partnerships come to the table, we want to be flexible and nimble with those charters and those activities, and we want to be able to be ready to capture those opportunities when they arrive. With that, I will get into the first objective. So fiscal stability and core services is the first objective we'll go through today. And this is traditionally the CFO's objective because it starts with fiscal stability. And so that's my responsibility as your CFO to make sure that we are sustainable and strong in a fiscal way. And really what we want to talk about in terms of the charter objective is a couple different policy directives provided by the board at your January workshop. They're listed here on the screen, and I won't go into all of them in detail as you've heard presentations previously to this, but the one requesting resource allocation is actually the very bottom bullet point, the Community Spay Neuter Program. This is a new proposal to provide a community spay-neuter program for Nevada County residents who can otherwise not afford to spay and neuter their pets. And this is a proposal requesting $100,000 to pilot a program like this. In addition, and I apologize, there was another bullet point with money attached. The litter abatement in Western County, $50,000, is also part of this charter objective, and that is to expand our current litter abatement services specific to Western County, and you'll see Eastern County in a different objective. The funding is a little bit wonky, and so that's why they're split. But this objective, again, talks about a lot of different opportunities that we have coming forward. Capital project financing, I've kept out of a resource request because it is nuanced and it is different. That will come back to you and through the Capital Projects Committee as those capital outlays are ready for financing. So it's a little bit of a different discussion, although the staff support for it is still in this objective. Any questions before we move on to the next objective? Okay, I will hand it off to Craig Griesbach.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Information and General Services. As I mentioned to you in the past, through your board's leadership and over a decade of investment in the emergency preparedness objective, we continue to lead the region overall in this effort. In addition to leading into the continuation of this objective that we've invested in over a decade, we have three specific initiatives that are woven into it. The first one is led by the Department of Public Works and in partnership with the OES team, an enhancement to the roadside vegetation treatment efforts to improve evacuation route safety along our publicly maintained roadways. This includes a proposal for resource enhancements to our roadside spray program and our roadside vegetation treatment program. Second, investment in our local biomass solutions that removes wildfire fuels from our forests and supports multiple objectives simultaneously. This includes emergency preparedness, climate resiliency, and economic development. This includes investments in biomass infrastructure, material processing, and material transportation. And lastly, the incorporation of a protection of natural resources related to mines in Nevada County. This is a collaborative effort with staff in OES, CDA, CEO's office, and in partnership with Chair Hall and Supervisors Tucker, including the formation of a formal ad hoc committee. This effort will include an assessment of proposed solutions for the team to review, consider, and return to your board for consideration of some recommendations. In order to accomplish these initiatives, additional resources are needed. This includes $60,000 for contract spray services and $160,000 for contract roadside vegetation removal. This is anticipated to increase treatment of approximately 40 additional publicly maintained road miles of roadside vegetation treatment per year. These additional resources will be matched by $260,000 from funding sources allocated in the Department of Public Works budget, with the goal of getting on a 5-year treatment cycle on our publicly maintained roadways. The current budget to continue support for biomass solutions on our Labar Meadows property is $664,400. Again, this will support required biomass infrastructure, material processing, and material transportation. This effort would be complemented by our many fuel mitigation projects that we have and serve as really a feedstock and result in millions of dollars in efforts to improve wildfire resilience throughout our neighborhoods. An alternative proposal will be shown towards the end of this presentation, as mentioned by Aaron earlier, if your board chooses to pivot from the continuation of this specific biomass solution. This option would lean into traditional green waste resources that we've been so successful with the last several years, allowing them to continue to be available to the community over this next year, meeting the intent of what we're trying to achieve with biomass, with also having a less of an impact to our overall costs. There's no additional resource requests at this time for the Mines in Nevada County initiative. That is the only one on this specific charter that does not have another resource request. So with that, I will hand it off to Tricia, unless you have any specific questions for me.
Thank you. I do have one question on the biomass pilot. Is this 664 1 year or for a number of years, and how many years?
This is intended to increase it for 1 more year for the pilot project that we had, but it also invests in the infrastructure for us to have long-term, regardless of the biomass solution or what we decide to do on that site. So it does a little bit of both. It helps support the longevity of what we're trying to achieve, but it also supports another year of an actual program.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Just clarifying. Okay. Okay, Sue first, and then.
Explain that again. Okay, so I understand the biomass. What is that going to do if we don't have biomass? But I mean, we know the property is already ours, correct?
The property is already ours, but there are conditions associated to this type of activity from our regulatory entitlements that we have to put infrastructure on the site if we want biomass on the site long term. So underground water lines and other infrastructure we would be investing in, along with funding another year of the program. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
I had the same question, wondering, is there a figure inside 664,400 that would only, could we kick the can down the road is what I'm asking? Could we only do operational and we could defer the capital improvement cost if we're short on money this year?
There are certain improvements that we don't necessarily have to do, and our OES team has been doing a good job talking to Grass Valley Fire Department and their planning department to figure out what we need to do, but there are some we're going to have to do. So we could get a more refined number for your board on that if they choose to retool this a little bit and try to reduce those costs.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Did you have a quick one?
Yeah, just following up. So I think what we're looking for is out of that 664,000, what even roughly makes that up? Is it the renting of the carbonizer is $300,000 a year as opposed to those infrastructure costs that you mentioned?
Yeah, if your board references the charter that's in your board packet, so example is large diameter wood removal, so grapple truck services to get the wood from our neighborhoods to the site, $176,000. If we're looking at the specific site improvements for infrastructure enhancements, that's $260,000. And there's construction management, additional regulatory permitting requirements, processing. So it's broken out in your charter that's specific to it.
Okay, so I'm going to refer the board back to the charters, and we can pick up this discussion at the end further. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Erin.
All right, I'll jump in here. Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director. Next slide. So in economic development, we have several initiatives outlined here. Some are implementing the action plan, which includes the California Job First grants, contracts for business assistance, art, and also Go Nevada County. We also do funding and advocacy, which means we're assisting in applying for grants. For infrastructure projects, we're working on the North San Juan Fire Suppression Project, as well as working with the airport and then working on the future use of the courthouse. For business attraction, retention, growth, and development, we're working with our partners to provide ongoing support to entrepreneurs and small businesses. This includes coming back to the board on April 8th, for example, with information about finance incentives for developers. And meanwhile, we're also starting communication regarding outreach to gauge interest in business licenses, and that'll be coming back to the board in the near future. And then for high growth sector development, our areas of focus include tourism, business executive, leadership meetings, regional marketing, ag, and cannabis. Next slide. So as far as requests, we're looking at action plan initiatives here, requesting $125,000 if funding allows to continue to implement action plan initiatives. And then not on this slide, it seems like we have our North San Juan fire suppression project that is included in the charter, where we were requesting $175,000 if funding allows to continue to work on the project and get it ready for construction pending grant funds. So a reduction in these two requests could still result in the North San Juan fire project proceeding, just less the acquisition of needed easements. Those could come at a later date. It'd be grant funded potentially. And then the action plan initiatives could still move forward, but it just wouldn't be at the same degree or level. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, I'll pass it to Craig.
Our organization continues to lean it hard into supporting and advocating enhanced broadband access throughout our rural community that we all know is a challenge. Knowing that we still have a long way to go to enhancing access to our residents, we are planning to continue these efforts throughout this next year. We will focus on continuing to enhance our community engagement to improve digital equity across the county, gaining community feedback and updating our tower ordinance through the leadership of Brian Foss and his team in the planning department. Continue to support last mile broadband efforts, supporting stakeholders including internet service providers, and overall broadband advocacy at the local, state, and federal level. And this specific charter and objective does not have a resource request. Unless you have any questions, I will hand that off to Ryan Groover.
Chair Hall, members of the board, Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director, here to talk to you about the housing objective for this year. So at the board workshop, first of all, I want to provide a shout out to our housing ad hoc from last year, Supervisors Swarthout and Bullock, who met with us to really try to live up to the board's priority to start addressing workforce housing. We've done a lot of work in recent years around affordable housing and supporting projects that support sort of the low-income treatment housing spectrum, and have heard loud and clear from the board in terms of the need for more focus on workforce housing. And so in the work with the ad hoc and through the budget or through the policy workshop this year, we have the direction to restructure the housing division to include a standalone department director rather than shared with child support services, as well as a reclassed position to bring a broader array of skills and to the recruitment to backfill one of the vacancies that we have. So I want to thank and recognize that work. And the charter dovetails off of that. So, and the policy direction from the workshop included in the charter, there are initiatives as shown up on the screen. One related to workforce home buyer incentives, includes looking for grants that can support incentives for home buyers and potentially a down payment assistance program, researching models that exist for down payment assistance programs. We have some experience with down payment assistance in housing in HHSA, but that's been more focused on affordable housing with a lot of restrictions and barriers to how those funds can flow. And so looking at a more fluid model that can support the workforce end of the spectrum, and developing a work plan to bring to the board in order to achieve that down payment assistance program. We are not requesting funds from the board for that initiative. We instead have rollover funds from previous allocations made by the board for workforce housing, including Truckee and Western Nevada County, that we're proposing to be the seed funding for this. There would potentially be a resource request in future years if that program is able to be stood up and successful in order for us to keep that going. But the initial first year request is to use those existing previously allocated funds for that piece. Another component of this initiative, and that comes out to just over $600,000. You'll see that in the charter. Another component of this is housing opportunity sites. So this morning there was the discussion about the RENA number. Supervisor Swarthout called out that the county's obligation there is to zone and permit for a certain level of housing. So this initiative incorporates taking a step beyond that and making sure that we're partnering with and recruiting developers, because the ideal case is not that it's the public sector developing everything, but that we're setting the stage for that to happen. So creating a website to highlight those developable properties, removing barriers to the development of those properties, and really getting better at attracting people outside the public sector to help with that development, as well as continuing to keep our foot on the gas for projects that go after tax credits using the Regional Housing Authority. We will also be looking at alternative housing options, particularly the RV discussions that have been coming to the board. We have some estimates in the charter in terms of the staff time associated with some of those things, but no resource request associated with it for this year. And then community land trust, an exciting opportunity to look at new models to quickly and affordably develop housing in the workforce space. We have $15,000 that's budgeted already for grant writing assistance, which we're proposing to utilize to support the CLT in pursuing grant opportunities for some of their projects. So there's zero resource request for new general fund this year for these housing initiatives. There are rollover funds and staff time associated, and again, likely to be a need for funding on the down payment assistance front going forward. Any questions on housing? Well, I will turn it over to myself to talk about homelessness. First thing I'll note on the homeless front is that we have a mature plan to address homelessness in Nevada County that's shared with the continuum of care. Many years ago, we developed the first iteration of that plan, and so this is not duplicative of that plan. We work closely with the COC and our partners. The board has already reviewed that plan. Funding comes from the state to address the initiatives that are associated with that plan, tied to specific measures with the state. What's incorporated in this charter are the things where our community and our board wants to go beyond those services, particularly winter sheltering. And so you have a resource request for $150,000 to continue the direction from last year to provide winter shelter in Truckee, North San Juan, and Western Nevada County. The model that we brought last year was to go after other partners to identify additional funding to amplify that. We were successful in doing that, as well as to revise our criteria so that the county wasn't the sort of bottleneck in opening, that the partners that we work with can open whenever necessary with the funding that we provide. And so that was successful, I felt, this year in Western County and North San Juan. We know about Truckee issues, and we'll discuss them, I believe, at a later date. So basically, we're proposing to continue that. There is an option to roll over funds because we had a relatively light winter. We're identifying approximately $40,000 of potential savings this year, and so an alternative, if the board isn't able to fund that full $150,000, is we could use those residual funds next year to reduce that amount to $130,000. And then the $130,000 also includes encampment cleanup, which we discussed at the workshop. We have grant funds for encampment cleanup in the Brunswick Basin. So that $150,000, if the board funds the full amount, or the $130,000 includes $20,000 of match to that, so that we can go beyond the Brunswick Basin and do cleanups in in county public properties. And they're right up there, those resource requests. Sorry about that. And so I'm going to turn it over to Tricia to talk about recreation, if there are no questions on homelessness.
Okay, diving into recreation. So for recreation, we have 3 initiatives listed here. The first one is Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan implementation. So this work includes working with the park districts, creating recreation outposts and hubs, improving trails, river access management, working on the Donner Summit area improvements that have been identified, and then communication plans. We also talked about the South Yuba River Shuttle, and so if direction and funding is provided for this initiative, for example, a feasibility and operations plan study would be completed so that we could seek grant funds to implement it. And then lastly, vacant land acquisitions. So as vacant lands become available, in recreation hotspots, there are grants that might assist with acquisition and also help us look at providing long-term maintenance and operations as we work with recreational partners to take a deeper dive on those. Next slide. So for resource requests, we had two. The first was $150,000 to implement recreation and resiliency master plan projects. And the second was $50,000 for vacant land acquisition. So a reduction in these resource requests could still result in master plan initiative work moving forward, but maybe not to the same degree or level that we were proposing initially. And then we could also look for grants to work on any vacant land acquisition, for example. I'd take any questions before we dive into the next one. Okay, so on to climate. So for climate, we have a couple initiatives here. We have the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan development. So work has begun on this plan with the consultant, and please expect to see several community input opportunities and the formation of a collaborative in Western County, and we appreciate the ad hoc's assistance on that. Second, we have climate resilience activities, and so this work includes looking at pioneer community energy, for example. The drought resiliency plan is required per Senate Bill 552, zero emission vehicle implementation, Senate Bill 1383, that's the food waste collection programs, and those are just a couple examples. Work also includes hosting the Sustainability Summit and community engagement and education opportunities. So looking at resource requests, we were proposing $111,590. What that would do is that would help us continue the collaborative past the end of the year. It would help us with the Sustainability Summit. It would help us bring on another Civic Spark Fellow. It would help with litter abatement in Eastern County, also education and advocacy and communication outreach and engagement. So we could look at a reduction in these requests, and it would still result in the development of the action plan. And we would still include public education and outreach too, but would probably limit conference attendance by staff. We could reduce some miscellaneous costs, and we could also not go to the Sierra Day, for example, at the Capitol. With that, I'd ask if there are any questions. Okay, and back to Erin.
All right, so that concludes our 8 priority objectives overview. And now we're going to move on to the resource allocation conversation.
Hold on one moment. They're asking about the cannabis charter. Is that part of? Yeah, so maybe can you give us an overview of which charters are coming forward, which have been subsumed into others, and which potentially are coming later?
Sure.
Because I think folks here are referring to what they saw in terms of the backup documents in our agenda packet. There were more items than what you're bringing forward.
Yeah, Tricia can address how we're incorporating cannabis.
Yeah, so cannabis is a separate charter, but it's really underneath the economic development priority objective. And we weren't requesting specific funds necessarily, although we're continuing with the retail access grant work. And all of that, that's all funded. So we're not really asking for any new resources. That's why I didn't specifically highlight, but happy to answer questions.
That was Rob. Okay, any other items that you feel like you need clarification on from the board? Any? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so in terms of funding, I just want to call your attention to this slide from January, which is your general fund balance assignment slide. And the second line down, board priority continuation, that $3.2 million all the way to the right is what we're estimating remains available at the end of the current fiscal year from prior board allocations to priority projects in this vein. So you've heard a lot today of we don't have any resource requests because we already have funding, we're using existing funding, we're rolling it forward. This $3.2 million is that roll forward allocation, as well as in the special project continuation category, that is formerly ARPA money that we are using to continue certain projects, such as in the housing area. So just wanted to orient you that the funds that we're talking about not requesting more for, they're in your general fund assignment fund balance. Those do come to the board specifically with requests to release the assignment for a specific project. So you'll see that language coming forward as those projects materialize and are ready for contract allocation. So here's your summary of resource requests, and you can see here the 8 objectives on the left. The total general fund request, again, for fiscal 25-26 is $1.765 million. We do have other grants or other funds not in the general fund that leverage this request at about just under $6 million, $5.8 million. We also have about $4.3 million in identified unfunded costs, and really those are future grant opportunity costs. So we're recognizing the full value of the project, and we're also recognizing that there are portions of each objective that lend themselves really well to grant application and leveraged funding. So you'll see a total summary of resource requests, really looking at $11.7 million, of which 1.7 is the request for the new fiscal year. As I mentioned at the start, I'm recommending approximately $1 million be available for priority objective projects going into the budget, and recognize as well that that $1 million could change up or down as the full budget proposal develops. Again, we're looking for a ballpark figure right now, and then through the budget subcommittee process, we will refine the asks and the numbers for the objectives, and then bring forward a full proposal as part of the larger county budget. We're seeking recommendation today for the requests as presented. We do recognize that there could be grants or other non-general fund dollars identified throughout the next several months, as well as the upcoming fiscal year, that could contribute to achieving these goals as presented. And also there's an opportunity for potentially a mid-year adjustment if our current fiscal year ends more positively than we anticipate, and the board would like to allocate additional funds for a specific objective identified here. That is, of course, up to you for future policy discussion. So again, summary of resource requests as presented is here, and then we're happy to entertain any questions that you might have, and also we have a balanced option to present when you're ready for that.
Excellent, thank you. I think, so for the board, I think the discussion in a moment will be about where might we be able to delay some things or reduce some things, or take some projects off for this year, or do a equal cut across all of them, or we could send items back to staff for more information if we need that. So I think that's the conversation we need to be having here. My thought is to go to public comment first and then come back and have that conversation. Are we okay with that? Okay, so let's go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any public comment? And team, let me know if you get any calls, please.
That's amazing. A 3-day workshop in a matter of minutes with only the ability for community input for 3 minutes. There's a tremendous amount of public input that should be involved in all of these decisions. I'd like to point out the one thing that I did see in the end is that we're $11,000, I think, short, or $11 million short, or we're looking at about a surplus, or not a surplus, but a deficit of $11 million. And I want to point out that just in the last budget, you guys increased total financial compensations for senior staff, full-time staff, of 8-point-something%, which is just about $15 million. Seems to me we need to tighten the belt on total financial compensations so that we can afford these basic objectives that you guys have decided only a month and a half ago or 2 months ago at the workshop. This seems crazy to me that we are, at this point, 2 months later, trying to reevaluate our shortages. Clearly at the workshop, you guys identified that we were going to be short in our budget for the years to come. And yet, you gave total financial compensations for full-time staff an 8% increase, knowing that everything else was going the other direction, from pensions coverage down to 62 or 63% from just the previous couple years when it was 72%. This is, I can't believe that we're looking at 50,000, 20,000, a million, and somehow you guys are paying out over 50% of our budget is going to full-time staff. $150 million, plus or minus, is full-time staff. Why don't we bring full-time staff's compensations down to what's fair, how's the word I want? A living wage pay that might be 1 times, 2 times median income. No, you guys are 4, 5 times median income for the average employee, making $160,000 a year. This is crazy. A story. I was watching Fox News the other day, talking about the pilots that just came back from the ISS, or CIS, whatever the thing in the sky is. They're getting back. Those people are making $160,000 a year. They are scientists. They are astronauts. They have PhDs, and they're making $160,000 a year.
Thank you. I'm going to try to answer a little bit of that and then turn it over to staff if they have anything else to add. And we appreciate your comments. The staffing budget is separate from this, and that's a budget that's being discussed with cuts and all of that being is part of the conversation. In addition to our negotiations with the unions, that's a separate item, but your point is taken. In terms of the projects, let me just try to answer your, as best I can. Okay. And then in terms of the projects that were presented today, as it is complicated and looks very truncated in this presentation. It's a very high-level presentation. If you looked at the packet, you could see there was lots of documentation behind each of these items with a lot more specific detail. It was a lot to take in. But to also note that many of these projects, so these board priority projects start and then they go 18 months or longer. So these aren't all new things. These are sort of continuation and where we see the need to make some cuts potentially. So So the public has had multiple, and we individually have had lots of conversations with constituents. As we say, you can call us and talk about these things. We're all available. I'm going to see if Aaron has anything more to say about the budget process or the project process. If you want to add anything to that to answer his
I
questions.
think you captured it well. The full budget proposal for the new fiscal year will be coming to a public hearing in June, I believe June 10th, and that will be the opportunity to see the full picture as well as receive public comment.
Thanks, and I'll just add that that is still a lot to digest in that one public hearing, but we do recommend that if you have specific questions that you call us or call staff and we can sit down and work with you on those questions.
I would like a citizen committee to be part of
Okay, I'm sorry, Michael, thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. I tried to respond. Please follow up with us after. Okay, Matthew.
Matthew Calder, Nevada County. I concur with Michael, what he was saying there. What is the product that we're using to spray our roadsides with? Can you tell me that? And why are we spraying our roadsides? I know that Amigo Bob had it stopped from the South Yuba River in North San Juan to that section of the county, and there didn't seem to be any ill effect on the roadsides.
Do you want me to pause? Oh, I'll let you finish and then we'll try to answer.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. So yeah, the roadside spraying, the camp cleanup. Is there a priority list on the camp cleanup? Because we've had in the last few weeks, we have multiple OD deaths behind CVS in the Brunswick Basin. That's unfortunate that people are living in holes, literally right there behind the navigation center. Illegal dumping, I know that's not on the list, but it probably should be because I'm seeing more and more of it as I walk our roadways and ride our roadways. Over any edge, behind Rayleigh's, for example. I was taking pictures there yesterday, and it's just amazing the amount of stuff that people drive behind Rayleigh's and throw off the edge and call it good. Outdoor recreation, I'm sure you've heard that Tahoe is implementing a carpool situation because the lake is unusable because of the traffic. So because of their restrictions up there, we will probably get more usage here on the river and such. And I just am baffled why we don't have a pay-to-park system at the river in some way like they do in Auburn. It's like $8 and they make a lot of money to hire rangers and pick up trash and monitor the fire danger and things like that. I know it's a Placer Recreation District or something, and I know that we intermix with the state parks, but somehow, some way, there has to be a way to correct this parking issue because it's going to be, 49 will be unusable this year for emergency vehicles due to the parking. So in the outdoor recreation plan, I hope we can constitute something that will let people enjoy our area but not let them take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if I can, maybe Craig on the spraying, and then Tricia, sorry, and then camp cleanup status, because do we have any status update on that? Okay, right, and then I think we addressed that he made comments on the litter cleanup, which is in an item in here, and then same with paying in parks. That's part of our recreation master plan, so we take those comments. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can answer those other questions.
Would you like me to jump in? Okay. So on the spraying, we spray a pre-emergent and a low percentage herbicide. We also offer a no spray program option, and we definitely encourage that. We have found spraying to be one of the most effective ways to help prevent vegetation from encroaching on the roadways. We are very mindful, though, and we follow all state requirements as far as you avoid waterways, you avoid other sensitive areas, and that includes those areas that have no spray programs.
So just to reiterate, we spray for veg management, which is part of our fire mitigation efforts, and people can individually call and ask that they not spray in front of their roadside. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
and we're happy to provide additional information. Just reach out to myself or Public Works, and we're happy to provide.
Okay, let me finish his questions first, Hardy. Okay, and then to the camp cleanups.
Yeah, Supervisor Hall, the Encampment Resolution Funds grant is the source of the grant funds for the 20,000 of encampment cleanup, and it's geographically specific. That program is required to have a geographical focus area, and it's the Brunswick Basin. So specifically within that, we would work closely with our partners in Grass Valley, as well as our service providers like Hospitality House and our own outreach teams to identify within the Brunswick Basin where the priority areas are, where the encampments are. That can be a dynamic situation that can be complicated by who owns that property, how willing is the property owner. But we've seen Hospitality House and others have success for coordinating community events and leveraging additional partners and supports to be able to amplify that funding further. And then with the county general fund addition, we would be able to go beyond the Brunswick Basin as identified, but we haven't identified specific priority areas to do that.
Okay, thank you. Let's finish the public comment and, okay, sorry. All right, any additional public comments?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And I just want to thank you for continuing to prioritize our cannabis industry as a high-growth sector with opportunities for development alongside tourism and agriculture. Nevada County is known for a region, a county that produces organic, environmentally farmed, sustainable cannabis on small cannabis farms. Just this upcoming Friday, I'll be traveling alongside some of our county staff up to Humboldt to a cannabis and environmental sustainable symposium at Cal Poly Humboldt. And I'll be speaking on a panel around policy and environmental stewardship at a local level. And then the keynote is actually going to be one of our Ag Advisory Commissioners, Seth Rosemarin, who is going to be giving a keynote about Amigo Bob and his legacy of organic farming, how he's impacted farming, and how that in turn has impacted organic cannabis farming. So thank you for continuing to prioritize cannabis as one of our industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, and anyone out there who has additional questions and comments, please come talk to us after the board meeting or give us a call. All right. Then I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. So this is your chance to ask all your detailed questions or make proposals for how we're going to handle this funding issue. Go ahead.
Just a quick general question. I think Erin will probably, she's going to key in on me asking this question, but the fund reserve balances for each individual budget unit within the budget, which are reallocated and reapportioned based on actuals every year. Two-part question. One, if we took fund reserve balances out of the appropriate area to cover these, are there enough fund reserve balances in the correct proportion to do that? Question A. And then question B, when we do have budget occurrences that are better than forecasted, I know you're waiting for the detail to answer that question, but in my experience, many times at the end of the budget year, you come back and it's like, great, we did better than we thought. Or the rate of growth was better than anticipated in the budget process on the negative outlook picture. So does that make sense?
I believe I can figure that one out.
Okay.
So our current budget policy that we adhere to during the year is that general funds do not, in principle, carry forward from one year to the next. It is a single year allocation, and whatever is not spent returns to fund balance to be reallocated or reappropriated in the following year. So where we have exceptions to that policy are with these board objectives, where if the board allocates specific funding towards a priority objective and that funding, for whatever reason, and there's plenty of them, is not spent within the fiscal year, it does stay within a general fund assignment for those priority objectives and carry forward with that same project. Your board can change those fund balances and those assignments at any time, really. Because it was board directed, and it can be board redirected, if you will. So we do have that $3.2 million in the fund balance dedicated to these 8 areas and to specific allocations within those 8 areas. And so we do look there first at opportunities for things not moving forward. Can they be repurposed or reallocated? In the broader budget for the county, the non-general fund sources generally do either remain in their funds at the balance and be reallocated, or can be reappropriated within the confines of those specific funds. And so this is where it gets a little bit more technical and complicated, because you're talking about realignment funding, you're talking about gas tax funding, you're talking about specific funds for specific purposes, and there's limited in what they can be used on. So in the grand scheme of the bigger budget picture, we evaluate every dollar in the bank every year, and we try to allocate as best we can based on the needs. In terms of your second question, when the fund balance or the fiscal year ends in a more positive light than we anticipated, or we have excess revenue as compared to our expenditures, we do look at that as an option for specific dedicated funding. If you recall on the general fund balance slide, there's an unassigned category, and that really does kind of reflect our previous year, fiscal year balance. My direction right now with a budget proposal for 25-26 is to make our revenues match our expenditures. And so that's the direction that I'm headed down with our department fiscal staff, and how do we present a balanced budget. There still is fund balance available and can be allocated within some parameters. And that's certainly up to the board if you would like to direct me to look at fund balance assignment for these priority projects. That's something that we can evaluate and take back through the budget subcommittee as part of the overall proposal.
Okay. Yeah, you answered my question very well. Your answer was more clear than my question, so thank you. So just to clarify, so the $3.2 million, as it carries across, and then there was a little piece in there about at the close of the budget year. Yeah, and I'm not advocating this, I'm just for simplicity's sake. If we wanted to close the budget gap, we could take and simply remove from that 3.2, and that would be that would make up the difference You could essentially fund the 1.7 in full, and you'd be left with the difference.
That is an option, and the board would need to direct which projects would no longer receive funding out of that 3.2 to then be reallocated to meet this current proposal.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's not necessarily a budget unit set aside. That's already, yeah.
They're allocated by priority project.
Yeah, and enough free money.
And
Okay.
it would be helpful maybe to give examples of those projects. It's the Penn Valley Community Center. It's the
Understood.
kiosk on the summit. They are projects that have been delayed due to timing and
Yeah.
funding with partners because the board has really emphasized the need for public-private partnerships or partnering with nonprofits or community and leveraging
Yeah.
those funds.
Yeah, I understand now. I'm sorry I misread the use of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few comments, but I'm wondering, is it worthwhile, because I think it'll answer some of mine, was Aaron going to present maybe an alternative? Should we have, is it possible to see that first? Does that make sense? And then I think it'll save some of my questions.
Okay, I'm seeing agreement, so let's do that.
All right, so this slide is the same one from before with an extra column in blue. So you'll see the original general fund request of 1.765, and then this is staff's recommendation for an alternative level of funding for each of the priority areas. That gets us at that $1 million. That still accomplishes a large degree of the proposed activities, and we're happy to make adjustments within this column as the board directs.
That's not in our materials, right? I think from the presentations, the emergency preparedness, the bulk of that would be the biomass project.
It removes the biomass project, and in its place is enhanced green waste removal, community green waste days.
Okay, and then the economic development, that, what is that, 189,000? What was that?
So that's going to reduce some of the initiatives that we had in the action plan, funding that we had to, for incentives, for example. It doesn't mean that we can't seek grants for those. It just might slow it down or push it to next year potentially.
So on the, is it okay to ask a question? Yeah. Okay. So on the emergency preparedness, when you're talking about just cutting out the biomass, so the permitting for that is in the city of Grass Valley. Did they give you a use permit with provisions that some of those things had to be done in a certain time frame? Are you operating under a use permit there? Was that the process?
Supervisor Swarthout, that's correct. We did receive a use permit for that project, and it is largely dependent on the activities occurring on the site. So this proposal that you have as an alternate up there before you retains the roadside veg resource request. So that keeps the vegetation treatment and the spray program intact based on the original request. And we would recommend to pivot to continue our green waste resources similar to what we're offering this year into next year because there isn't any funding for it. So what we would do is we continue to seek grant dollars, partnerships, and other opportunities to continue biomass on that site. It's not that we would stop and not go after it. We would just seek additional funds. So an example, CAL FIRE has a wood innovation grant that's available and posted right now. We could potentially seek that grant in place of asking for additional general fund resources.
So I just want to make sure that if your use permit is tied to timing, so sometimes they give you 12 to 24 months to put the infrastructure in that's necessary. So was that part of the use permit conditions of approval that you had to have like the water lines in under a certain, because I know there was an issue with the city in regard to fire danger out there with a lot of materials that are stacked up, and I think that the water lines were something you guys negotiated to do at a later date. I guess my question is, did they give you a date specific that needed to be done by?
Supervisor Swarthout, it's contingent on the operations occurring on the site. So if it's a vacant parcel and we're not operating biomass operations, the conditions we would not have to meet because we weren't meeting that. There are some conditions in there. For example, restrooms. Within 2 years, we need to install those on site if we have a full-time biomass operation on that site. So the original proposal of the amount of the ask, that's part of the reason why it was so large, because it had those large improvements on there based on those conditions.
Along those lines, so the whole amount for biomass was 664.4. You're obviously taking out about 400,000 and some. So you're proposing to continue the operations for 200,000 and just not do the infrastructure at this point?
Cheryl, no, we are proposing to pivot to existing green waste resources that we know we've invested in and will work. So for example, we're not proposing the biomass project, but we would propose to do green waste similar to what we have this year. So bins for Firewise communities, Truckee green waste supported programming, partnership with the transfer station for free days. So we would pivot to meet the same intent with lesser impact.
So then the facility would not be running at all next year?
Correct. We'd be seeking other resources to implement another round.
Wow. Okay. I'm not sure I love that. Yeah.
I couldn't visit the site, but I've been following the process. And there's a big pile of wood there and a really small carbonizer. How's it going? I mean, essentially, if we're making a qualitative decision on whether we fund it going forward, can you just tell us a little bit about how successful it's been?
Yeah, so we processed over 5,000 tons of material. The carbonizers are no longer on site. The site is vacant because we stored material on that site over a period of several months, and then we processed that material as well. And as soon as we were done, they pulled those carbonizers off. And that was through a public-private partnership with several folks, including Grass Valley, Consolidated Fire, PG&E, Mountain Enterprises. And so we would seek something similar. Staff's recommendation, based on the bang for the buck of the dollars, we feel that the recommendation to pivot to green waste resources for next year that is proven to be a force multiplier in the community, we think that's better served. And that's why our recommendation is a little bit different.
Additional question, going back to housing, would be reducing, homelessness, 40,000. Where would that come from, Ryan?
So that's the estimated savings from this year because we had a light winter, so we would roll over that funding to offset the costs for this coming year.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I want to go back to the biomass thing. But by doing that, that's going to reduce our price. So that's going to make our vegetation roadside management more expensive then at some point too, because isn't that where ours is going to? So but some of ours was going to the plant as well as PG&E and.
Really, not much on the roadside. Our roadside vegetation is primarily still going to the Lincoln facility for the most part.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, it's been grant project funded work that's been going to the biomass facility.
Yeah, and Supervisor Hook, the material that was county-owned timber a lot of that was from the storms that we had from a year or two ago.
So if, let's say we approve this option to handle the need to reduce the resources going into these projects, if more funding becomes available or the budget, again, the way you're saying things turn out to be better than we think, will you come back to the board to ask us where we want to reinvest those funds?
Yes, I'm happy to receive direction from the board, how frequently you want me to update you, or if there's funding available and you want to prioritize one project over the other, you could provide that direction to me as well. It's really up to the board. You'll be hearing the full presentation in June with the budget,
right,
but understand that that's captured in $387 million of other money.
Right.
So
right.
There's certainly opportunity for me to keep you informed.
Also through the budget subcommittee, obviously, you could do that. Okay.
Sure.
Do you have additional questions, Sue?
I do. One more question. Can you go back to can you just show me the list of core services in the beginning of that project where we're going to cut that? Oh, sorry.
Try not to make you dizzy, so I'm going fast.
No, you're not making me busy. Okay, so I guess what I'm asking there, so we're going to cut that back. So the spay and neuter program is in there, and that's, so you're going to cut that part out?
We're cutting that down to $75,000 in consultation with staff because this is a pilot project. We're pretty confident that we could get it off the ground for $75,000 for the first year. And also there's partnerships that we have yet to tap into to leverage that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean when I was looking at that, when I proposed that $100,000 was based on discussion with some of the local animal rescue organizations and, what would be a significant help. But I'm pretty confident that we can try and make up that additional $25,000 through some fundraising efforts I have a meeting tomorrow with the Animal Save people, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me who want to volunteer and help with this, not just financially, but also like retired veterinarians and services. So this is, in my opinion, this is a pretty popular program with our constituencies that I think they're willing to help contribute and make happen if the county's willing to stand up the program. We've already done, Craig, Lori, and you guys have done a tremendous job of putting something together, and that's going to come back to the full board. But I think we can live with the one that breaks my heart is $189,000 out of the Economic Development Fund, and maybe you can talk about what those cuts are.
Sure, yeah, I'll expand on that a bit. So in the, bringing up the charter here, in the Economic Development Charter, and specifically in the action plan, we had projects where, like finance and incentives, for example. What we're going to be bringing back to the board is the first priority recommendations that really won't cost us anything other than our one staff person. But if we wanted to go forward with the second priority recommendations where there's some financial contribution or we need to put in for a grant and hire a grant writer, that's the kind of work that could be delayed. As an example, in addition, we're working on a plan to do an executive leadership meeting and conference. So that could be not as large as we had anticipated or were proposing. We were also looking at directing funds to support coordinated regional marketing efforts. That's through Visit California and Gold Country Visitor Association. So that would probably be either shrunk significantly or eliminated for this next fiscal year. And those are the primary areas where we would be reducing most of the funding that we're talking about here. We also looked at miscellaneous costs, like limiting the number of conferences that our one person goes to and so forth.
Okay, well, this is it, because otherwise I'm going to ask for a motion on this balancing option. So if you have comments, now's your time.
I would ask the board to consider, while I agree with the cuts here, and I think you've done a great job at parsing out which ones are, making a value proposal out of it, figuring out what's really important and getting it done. That is the basis of your budgeting, and I really appreciate and respect that. I think that we could use some general fund money out of the budget reserves for each area that correspond to these services and split it. Instead of 1.7 to 1, you could go 1 million, you could go 1.765 to 1.4, and you could pull a little bit. The reason I'm proposing that is this is our community building activity. This is what the board does. These are our community building activities that we've worked for. As Chair Hall was mentioning earlier, some of these span multiple years. Many of them precede me in even getting on the board. So I don't want to see these take a step backward. I don't want to see them paused. I know none of us do, but I would just make that. I don't have the budget in front of me, so I don't know what budget units have fund balances, and I don't need, what's restricted and non-restricted assets inside there. I don't know that. I know there is stuff there because I obviously saw the budget last year. That's an option for us if we want to consider that. I would be in support of something like that. It's a middle ground.
So I'm looking for comments on that, reactions.
So when you use the term fund balance, is that a word for reserves? I always learned the term, so it means the same thing. So, and reserves are to be used in times of
when there's things we want to do where we don't necessarily have the money from our revenue, revenue that's going to be generated in that fiscal year. So, or cash flow. But we have a very healthy, what I believe to be a very healthy reserve. And I think especially if you talk to some other counties that are similar in size and function of ours, we have a very healthy reserve. So I would agree with Hardy. If we can keep the things that are community building, I think that's really important. You know, we spend a lot of money at the county on programs that our average citizen doesn't understand or know anything about. So we could do things like green waste or spay and neuter or the river cohort, or the snow removal, or the things that mean a lot to people. If there's a way that we can figure out how to keep those, I would be in support of that as well. So, but I would be willing to give up the $25,000 in the spay and neuter because I think I can help raise the 25 to get us there. So that's my concession.
Sue or Rob?
Well, I agree with Hardy on a lot of it, and then the other side says we need to be conservative. That's the only other thing, because what if we have something else that comes up in the middle of the year? So, I mean, things are made to have amendments as we go, so I just want to be a little careful, just because we don't know where we're headed, and we don't know if we're going to have a disaster or a fire. I mean, we're coming into fire season. So I just want to be a little conservative, I think, for myself. I love it. I didn't want to see any of this go away either. It was kind of hard, but there were things that I could see that we can still build from and still have good community, awareness of what's happening on. You know, housing was the one, I really like that, but we have some rollover, so that's going to still continue that median housing. You know what I'm trying to say, yeah. So there's some things in there that I think are important, and those make a huge difference in our community. But since we can use that money there, and then maybe that's something that we'll see we need a little extra later. So I just like to leave a cushion, and but I hear what you're saying, Hardy. I agree with that too.
Rob?
I tend to agree with Sue. When you talk about the revenue equaling the expenses, I think that's the way it should be. I think going forward, knowing that these are long-term projects, that's not to say that if revenues increase next year and we're pleasantly surprised, that we can be in the same spot next year and adjusting. But I think as a whole, I'm not inclined to support taking from the reserves. And part of the reasoning being, you know, I look at like the recreation number, I'm sure that $50,000 is the $50,000 that we had allocated for acquiring lands in the Bear River corridor. And I think somebody may have even mentioned it, but I know we've discussed it before. That's something that we can look to other areas to finance it, or public-private partnerships. So when I look at that $50,000 reduction, my hope is that's not going to go away. And I think that's how I look at most of those, that we're not really taking a lot away. We're living within our means. The two that really are taking the hit are the economic development and the emergency preparedness. And I was out there for the biomass tour. It's a great project, but I think there's consensus that it's lower on the list of core services, urgency, and hopefully we'll find ways to continue that in the future. And then the fact that the idea behind it is still going forward. We're just pivoting, like you said. So that makes sense to me. I would prefer to approve that, but I understand what Hardy's saying. And I would also say on a grander scale, I think this is going to be an issue that's going to, going forward, we're going to have to grapple with more and more. And, you know, I think Chair Hall pointed out that we're focusing on how to get to that $1 million mark. I mean, in a whole nother outside the box, some of these programs would be reduced, and that money would be going to, I don't know, pay down, you know, whatever. I'm not proposing that. I'm just saying that may have to be part of the discussion if things go bad. So I tend to take the more conservative approach. You know, if we're looking to revenues to equal expenses, that gets us there. I don't support taking from the reserves. And I would hope that these that have been multi-year priorities of the board, this board and past board, would ultimately be able to progress, and this isn't the end of them, but I think we got to deal with where we're at this point.
Thank you. This is a great discussion. I'm going to share my opinion. I'm going to base that on the fact that I've seen us go through this now 8 years, more or less. So we've changed the process a little bit as we've gone along. And it's amazing how often we have managed to find money or find ways to fund the things that we may not think we can fund in the beginning. I have a lot of faith in this organization and staff and the funding programs that are out there to make that, to fill that back in. I am also most sad about the biomass project because I think that's our future and we should be investing in our future. But it's great that we can substitute our regular green waste programs that people love for one more year. And I am very concerned about what's happening this year, what might be happening. I think we have no idea yet what the economy is going to do. And so I agree with Sue and Rob that I'd prefer to be more conservative on our fund balances and not dig into them at this time. So I think that unless there's another proposal, I think that suggests that we might want a motion on the existing budget and see where we go from there, unless there's further discussion.
So moved.
Do I have a second for the balancing option resource request budget proposed here? A second.
I'll second it.
Hey, thank you, Teen.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Thank you so much for all the hard work, and sorry to my colleagues. I appreciated your. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I know this was a lot of work, but hopefully this gives you what you need to move forward, and we will still find the funding, hopefully, for all of these projects. Thank you. All right. Well done, people. We stayed on our agenda. Can we keep going without a break, or do we need a quick break? Keep going. Okay, very good. Then we're going to move on to the resolution advocating for the protection and sustainability of local county core services and local representation on applicable federal forums, committees, and commissions. And Jeffrey will walk us through that. Before we do that, we're on number 26. Yeah. Before we get to that, I want to respond. So, Michael, you sent in a comment on this issue that made me think that there might be other people out there who have questions or concerns. And so I wanted to lay out just a little bit of the background on this. And again, I can refer people back to our board meeting we had a couple ways back where we spent a good hour on our federal advocacy efforts and explained what we do and why and how. So that information is out there. But just to reiterate, when we do federal advocacy, and this is not directly related to this resolution, but it's a question you raised, Michael, and I think others may have that question. When we do federal advocacy, when we're going to Sacramento, we're going especially to Washington, D.C., we are going for conferences that are already scheduled that we attend, and when we can, we tack on a day or two to do additional lobbying on the issues that are most important to us, number one. Number two, this year, because of my leadership roles in CSAC and NACO, all of my travel to these conferences is being paid for, so that's freed up a resource for someone else on our staff. Number three, when we advocate on issues at this level, we advocate for what the board has agreed on are our priorities, that a majority of the board, so far it's been unanimous, but it's what the board as a majority agrees on. So we're going to advocate for core services that we all feel the need to ensure are going to be filled. If we have individual items that other people on the board may not agree with, we are free to go advocate on those as individuals. And we made this clear. We actually documented this made one change in our code and decorum, which states clearly when we're out advocating, so at RCRC, CSAC, NACO, or lobbying, we're advocating for items only that we all agree on. And so number 5, and that goes to those issues, we advocate where we need to. So number 1 are our California delegation. That includes Republicans and Democrats. Number two are committees and agencies that could affect change, like the Forest Service, or in the case of insurance, those committees that deal with insurance. So that includes minority and majority members. So again, Republicans or Democrats. Partisanship does not come into anything that we do as a unified board. So I just want to make that clear. And we can take on other questions if we need to during public comment, but I'll hand it over to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you so much, Chair Hall, members of the board. Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff, and well put. I really appreciate you outlining that, Chair Hall. That's exactly correct. So thank you for that. So good afternoon. I'm pleased to be with you today. I'm bringing forward back to you a follow-up action as was directed by your board last 2 weeks ago on March 11th at your last meeting when we provided a federal legislative update. So what I'd like to do today is just provide a very high-level background, just as a reminder to the public and to yourselves of kind of what was presented and what kind of corresponds directly to the resolution before you as directed by you. I do just want to give a thank you to Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Hook who provided input. Your board, you directed me to go and work with both those supervisors, which we did in developing this resolution that's before you. And hopefully it's reflective of what the board articulated to staff. So just as a quick brief background, the federal legislative update that was provided to you was in large part reflective of our trip past in Washington, D.C., and also different executive and congressional activities that we kind of walked through. Some of those pieces also just wanted to also include an overview of some of the NACO, that's the National Association of Counties, who we are a member of. That's our affiliate association at the federal level. Also outline the short-term priorities. They're outlined at the NACO Legislative Annual Conference that we attended. An overview was also provided of the recent meetings and the direct advocacy on Capitol Hill. This included advocacy regarding the crisis on the availability and the affordability of residential and commercial insurance, U.S. Forest Service issues, concerns, and then also just meeting with our direct congressional delegates. So notably, a high-level overview was also provided of the recent federal activities as they relate to county governments, both at the executive and congressional branches. This included an overview of the various executive and congressional actions that included federal funding freezes, as well related to the inspection of different policies, also impacts on staffing and workforce reductions across federal agencies, and then looking at the impacts on county and regional projects. That would include looking at the staffing levels of the U.S. Forest Service, Veterans Affairs, also provided an update on impacts related to private forestry contractors, and then also discussed with the board congressional proposals related to the process of budget reconciliation that could have impacts on county core services. Just as a reminder of the public, reconciliation is a special legislative process used to expedite the passage of budget-related bills. It allows for certain legislation to be passed with a simple majority in the Senate by passing the filibuster. That does not include policy-related bills, only budget-specific bills. Congress is considering cutting mandatory spending to entitlement programs. This would include programs to Medicaid, which is Medi-Cal in California, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, also referred to as SNAP, or CalFresh in California, and temporary assistance for needy families. Additionally, also discussed, Congress is also looking at potentially removing tax exemption status on municipal bonds, so that was also articulated. One of the things I do just want to highlight, just as a reminder, when we looked at some of the proposals that Congress is looking at related to those county core services, that's about 29% of Nevada County residents do receive some type of assistance. So that's about 1 in 4 of residents within the county do receive some type of assistance in Medicaid. 842 individuals receive TANF benefits. That's the temporary assistance to needy families. And then various different other programs potentially could be looking at risk, including your women, infants, and children, maternal child health programs, and other pieces. Additionally, we also did just briefly discuss about some of the actions related to with NACO, and that includes the disaster reform. So just as a reminder, the Trump administration has put together a FEMA Reform Review Council, and NACO is advocating for a county seat on that reform council. And Supervisor Hall is a part of the NACO Disaster Reform Task Force, Intergovernmental Reform Task Force, my apologies. And so they are advocating on that piece, and so we wanted to highlight that too. Some of the other NACO priorities that were discussed were also funding for Secure Rural Schools Act, and then also looking at those core services and the different potential impacts that I've already just highlighted. So just a couple quick updates, and then I'll just kind of do an overview of the resolution, and I'll turn it back over to your board. Couple things. Since we last met in your chambers here, Congress did approve a 6-month stopgap spending measure that's referred to as a continuing resolution. So that'll keep the federal government funded through September 30th of this year. So what that means is with the fiscal year of 2025 appropriation process now essentially mute, the focus in Congress will begin to shift back to the process of reconciliation. And formal negotiations have now begun. We know that the House Speaker Mike Johnson has proposed a timeline. The Senate would take up a final package by the end of April, setting the stage for swift action on the President's legislative agenda. And I'm sorry, I meant the House. And then on the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, Republican, has acknowledged that while he aims to move a budget resolution before April recess, final passage of the reconciliation legislation would probably be delayed till July and maybe even September, depending on how negotiations go. So we're looking at probably about a summer timeline to see how reconciliation goes. That all being said, we do receive, we're still monitoring and working with our stakeholders to understand what type of impacts they are seeing regarding the advocacy piece, and happy to kind of answer some questions about that. That being said, I do just want to give a quick highlight. So in retrospect, looking at the resolutions before you today, really try to be really clear and concise, and really just articulated exactly the points that we went through in your federal legislative update, and then kind of articulate advocacy based upon those fronts. So I'll just walk through those. Those are essentially 9 pieces. The first one is really to provide timely feedback as quickly as possible to our federal delegates. Going in and talking to our folks, it is clear that they need information to know what's happening on the ground so that they can move forward as they see fit. Second, to advocate for the expediency, approval, implementation of any forest management and wildfire mitigation projects. That seemed a high priority. Additionally, number 3, to advocate for the reinstatement and the increase of any workforce on key administrative positions necessary to ensure the implementation of projects like our Good Neighbor Agreement or other projects in the Tahoe National Forest. I will say I was encouraged 3 days after I provided a presentation to you. Congressman Kiley on the floor of Congress did articulate and name Nevada County about the importance of making sure that those types of projects are not impacted by the administration's actions. So that was encouraging to hear that. Number 4, also to advocate the expediency reinstatement and the increase of workforce related to Veterans Affairs. As a reminder, about 30% of that department is all veterans, and so a lot of veterans were impacted by the reduction in force in that department. And also, I think just as important is also the concern of the impacts that could happen to Nevada County veterans in those services. Number 5, to inform the congressional delegation on any impacts with efforts to cut or reduce the county core services related to the reconciliation process, to ensure that our congressional delegates understand the implications they would have on Nevada County residents on any provision changes of those services. Number 6, to inform the federal delegates on the importance of the tax-exempt municipal bonds for the county to oppose efforts to eliminate or limit tax exemption municipal bonds. Number 7, to advocate for county local representation on the Federal Emergency Management Agency Review Council. Number 8, to support the county's representatives to NACO, CSAC, and RCRC. So that includes currently Supervisor Hall, Supervisor Bullock, and Supervisor Hook, and their advocacy efforts related to the sustainability of core services. And then last but not least, as directed by your board, to provide a copy of this resolution should you adopt it directly to our congressional delegates. So I will go ahead and stop there, just brief overview, and welcome to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hardy, you and Sue looked at this, so why don't we start with you two?
Thanks, Jeffrey, for your work on this, and thanks for doing it so quickly and getting it right back to us, because it is obviously time sensitive as the federal, promulgation of different policies, both in the executive and then also, with our legislative branch, how they do or do not react to that is key for our county. I don't have any questions. I like how it's written. I had some things that I proposed to the group that were taken out. A few were added. I really like the balance of working with Supervisor Hook on it, so I think I like where it's at.
Yeah, thanks, Hardy. It was great. Thank you. And Jeff, great job. I think this says what we really want to get our message out and be able to talk and be effective. So, and that's what this was about. So yeah. I think we did a good job.
Either.
Yeah, thanks, Jeffrey. You do a great job, if I haven't told you before, you and all your staff. So one kind of multi-part question. So you mentioned NACO, CSAC, RCRC, that in theory this is kind of what they do is they lobby for rural or for counties. I think Supervisor Hall penned a letter to our representatives on a lot of these items. Both the supervisors and you visited DC, where it sounds like you had an opportunity to visit with some of our reps and other reps to share, I assume, a lot of this stuff. And then I know last week we had the office hours with 400 people with one of the congressional reps.
James.
Yeah, and I had an opportunity to meet with him afterwards, and I know a lot of these issues were shared repeatedly. And then I know our congressman had a town hall with 25,000, I think, people were able to get on, some not. And a lot of these issues were brought up, and I know he spoke to those. I personally spoke to our congressman in person, one-on-one, last Tuesday, and shared some of these things and got some of his feedback. So all that to say, this resolution is just kind of in addition to all that. Oh, wait, I forgot. We also have, and that should have been number one on my list, Paragon, who is our lobbying firm that we pay, I don't know how much. This really is their job, to take these critical county issues, Nevada County issues, because we're paying them, and communicate that to our representatives. So, again, back to my question, in addition to all that, this resolution is just kind of to reinforce that, I guess, to the public.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Tucker. My understanding is that the board wanted, a lot of times when we do advocacy, we'll work and get your board to authorize the chair to submit a letter, and that'll be a letter of advocacy. That's what we do for a host of different bills or issues. I think in this case, we received direction, wanted a little bit of a firmer kind of policy stamp, if you will, and I think you're correct. This is just in addition to those efforts, and I will say, looking at those kind of highlighted key pieces, staff really tried to think about what is going to be most advantageous for folks on the Hill, and versus just a resolution saying we don't like this. We wanted to make sure we had a list that would be helpful for congressional staff, helpful for Congressman Kiley, helpful for the Senate offices. So, but that you are correct. This is in addition to that, and this isn't necessarily anything that new, I would say, except for it's just a firmer position as a resolution from your board.
Okay. And then I assume, I guess that's part of my, and this filters into comments, part of my, I guess, hesitation in some respect is that this is set in stone, and things have already changed. I think I could look at this. I think some of the Forest Service stuff I've heard, there's already been some hiring back. So it's kind of a fluid, I guess, issue and issues, whereas all these organizations and I guess the personal contact, we can sort of pivot and then address those here. Some of the information may be already outdated, maybe not. So my comments, and I'm, on a like grander scale, I'm hesitate for us to go into like federal issues. At the extreme, I look at the city of Grass Valley, Nevada City, passing resolutions on all these foreign policy issues that I think divide the community. I know people feel strongly. So that's, I think, some of the underlying hesitation. As far as the text of this, I don't see any, issue with it. I think there is a bit of a underlying, I don't want to call it agenda, but I think reasonable people can disagree. So, like I said, you did a good job of writing it in a way that I think people can get on board with. I just have some hesitation. And we could talk for hours. These are not, even those 9 federal issues, I mean, that's what our federal government does and our representatives. We can talk for literally hours and days on this, which is why I think it may not be appropriate for a resolution. But I will just say, each of these on their face, I mean, of course, when we talk about Medicaid and these essential services, no reasonable person would say we want that cut or not funded. What I think maybe we're missing, and I just want to put my 2 cents worth in that, some of these things, and really this whole federal government push, is to maybe create more efficiency. And so the idea of I guess in an ideal world, and people can disagree, all the waste and the fraud, which we know exists, is going to get cut out to allow for those, every dollar that's being spent on these critical services, which I acknowledge are critical, the Medicaid, is going to be going to the people it should. And I think Medicaid, I was just reading an article in the Wall Street Journal, the amount of fraud and really the disservice that's being done to the people who originally the program was designed for. It's a travesty and it needs to be reformed. I think that's something, a nonpartisan issue. So I guess in a grand sense, I want to say that, just because this is an evolving thing and it's kind of like, I guess to sum it up, if you'll take anything from this, I feel like we're kind of attacking the chemotherapy instead of the cancer. And the cancer is our $37 trillion debt in this country, our $3 billion a day in interest payments. And I think Sean said it earlier, referring to the miners' foundry, it wasn't sustainable in its current form, I think is what he said. And that's what I feel like a lot of these federal programs are. That doesn't mean we don't want them, ultimately, but I think we need to make them more efficient. So I get it. It's sounding like I'm bringing a federal issue into our local jurisdiction, but I feel like that's what this does. Yeah, but as far as the text of it, I mean, it makes sense to me. Who wouldn't want to see? But I would say in each of these areas, I mean, I think we even reference the Veterans Administration rescinded telework. I don't know that that's a bad thing. In fact, I think it might be a good thing. But so anyways, I get it. I think you did a good job for what you were asked to do, bringing in 5 different people. But I just would hope, I guess, that we continue to focus on maybe the direct impacts, recognizing that some of these initial negative impacts may be solved and these programs may come out better. And I know people are going to disagree with me. But yeah, well, thanks for your work putting that together, because I know that's hard with 5+ different people.
All right, thank you. Sue or Lisa, additional comments? Hardy?
Rob, thank you for your perspective. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you articulating that. Kind of I'm going to move this right up next to me, right here, because you're going to hear it loud and clear. Thank you for articulating that. And I think one of the things you highlighted is something I've struggled with before on other decisions. I think it was Prop 36 was mine. It's the decorum policy applied to the board. And so it does take some interpretation. And I think your interpretation, mine, each board member has their own interpretation. The reason why I think the word you're looking for, Jeff, or at least the one I use, is formalize. Formalize the consensus of the board related to these federal actions. The reason I wanted to formalize it is because they have in my opinion, a direct local impact. And so that was where I found that the decorum properly applied to the decisions in the resolution. And some of them were so actionable and direct. For example, the 25 people out of the Tahoe and 11 in the Yuba River Ranger District. Those are campgrounds that potentially won't open in my backyard, which is changing the kind of the landscape. And then the good neighbor policy with the forest fuels mitigation, the Alpenglow sawmill timber project. Some of these are just highly localized and in broad support, have found favor with our board, and we've done a lot of work to get there. What's under our purview and what's not under our purview, again, is up to interpretation. So I respect and appreciate your perspective, but I do think that when it comes to the things that are in here, the bulk of them are related to the activity that affects us locally, not necessarily just the federal policy, because there's a whole bunch of things in today's political climate that are occurring that I disagree with. Some of them I do agree with, but many of them, actually most of them, are not in here because they don't have a spot here based on our decorum policy. And it is a balance of taking all 5 members and articulating that and getting it into the resolution and getting it out there. So I just wanted to have the feedback on that. But I do appreciate your perspective, and I really appreciate you meeting with member Congressman Kiley, because I think your voice and the voices of each board member are really important to articulate to him. There was one piece in here, and I'll just say it publicly because I believe in it, and I talked to Congressman Kiley about this directly. I really wanted to advocate for direct local in-person representation because I believe that at the foundation of government is accessibility. Good government is accessible and understandable. And when we can't reach people, whether it's Congressman Kiley, Senator Padilla, Senator Schiff, or a town council member, those constituents fall back to the people they can get a hold of, which is me. I answer my phone, I respond to emails, and I know all of my colleagues do. So when I ask for direct representation, that's my push to get either the congressman or officials from the congressman's office in district to answer those questions. Congressman Kiley has been excellent, outstanding representative in the time he's taken to be here, and so I just would like to publicly thank him for that as well. But right now we're in kind of a dire situation. A lot of the actions taken really directly affect us locally. That means more advocacy, more activity being here locally, and more availability and transparency and being here to answer those local constituent questions. So.
Just to follow up on that, I appreciate the comments from everybody. And I look at this a little bit differently, having also spoken with Congressman Kiley and, worked closely with him in the last couple of years, as well as I met with his representatives when they were here. I think one of the things that this potentially does is it gives him a little backup with his colleagues to say, hey, this is what I'm hearing from my constituents about the effects. So hopefully they're using this not just as a lobbying, like you need to do this, but as an educational tool. It's like, here's the real impacts for my constituents in my district. Because in listening to him, I don't get a sense that he wants to cut veteran services. I don't get a sense that he's interested in cutting SNAP or Medicaid. So he was, at least in my discussions, very clear about that. So if we can give him something that helps back up our position and have him argue in our favor because it's going to affect all of our people. I also like the fact that it looks like all 4 of our jurisdictions, so the town of Truckee, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and the county, are somewhat unified, although I think our messaging might be a little bit different. We're somewhat unified in our fear of what potentially could happen. So again, it goes back to he has one whole county with all the jurisdictions in his congressional district that's speaking with a unified voice, saying the same thing. That doesn't happen very often in my experience. Very rarely does that happen. So I guess from my perspective, I hope that we can use this as a tool to educate people on what's important to our constituency. And, I see both sides of this. People are very fearful right now. and everything is changing on a day-to-day basis, and how things are being communicated from the federal government to the public is not helpful in these situations, so people don't know what to do. And like Hardy says, we are the people that they can get on the phone, and not only are they asking us, to look at the issues, they're asking us to help them with things that we have zero control over, and it's very, very frustrating. So keeping a good relationship with the congressman is really important to me, because we need him to take our message back to Washington, D.C.
Just one more thing, too. So I think a lot of work went to get into this to make it very open as not attacking. I really believe this is sending a message about our core services, not about we don't want to balance the budget, but we want to focus on the things that are a priority and important. And I think that was really the important intent when we did this, was not to. It gave us that voice. Those core services that we need, whether it's SNAP or Medicaid or Medi-Cal, all those things, right? Those were the key components. It wasn't saying don't find out where the fraud is going. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the main core services that keep our people here functioning. And I think you make that point too, Hardy, is we have to keep focusing in that direction. So I think that we did a good job in putting this together. So that's what it says. It says these are what we need in Nevada County. How do we keep working, and how do we work with you to fit these into the budget? So
I was just mentioning, Sue, on that. This is a document that Congressman Kiley can articulate to another member. I mean, you could sit in front of him, and he would be describing our local community with this document. I think, Lisa, thanks for pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just add some comments too. Yeah, I think the focus has always been on county impacts, county effects, county services. But I think it's important to be honest, and I have to respond to some of the federal points you made. I feel like I need to, as a former federal employee and state employee. Every federal agency has an Office of Inspector General embedded. They're very accessible, and their job is to weed out fraud, waste, and abuse. And those offices were some of the first to be decimated. And so I think we need to be clear about the fact that we don't know where the savings is going, and that the cuts that are being made are pretty drastic and will be affecting their federal agencies' ability to carry out their programs. And so to that's why I think we're wanting to do this. It does feel a little bit like overkill, a little bit like after the fact. But frankly, things are happening very fast. They're very drastic. And so far, all of our advocacy, all of our letters, all of our individual meetings have not changed this. Yesterday, we understand that Trump administration is now requesting a rush on the phone calls, reducing the phone calls on Veterans Administration, SSA. So things are happening every single day. We just need to keep our people safe. We need to keep Medicaid available for our hospitals and for our services, the SSA for our folks who are surviving on that, our fire project so that they can go forward and we can be safe in this community, and they can call it whatever it is and say they're going to do whatever they want with that money. But the bottom line is our job is to protect our people, and we've never seen cuts this drastic and this unsophisticated. They're just so bold that we know services are being impacted. I asked Jeffrey to update me today on if any of those funds are being released, because we keep being told maybe some will be released. And in one case, I think you said the funds have been released, but the NEPA staff has not been, has been released, and so we still can't move forward. So these cuts are affecting us in ways we aren't even fully aware of yet. And I just feel like it's one more thing, it's one more tool to ask that our federal representatives and agencies at all levels of both parties understand what this means for us on the ground level and try to protect us. So that's my only comment on this. Did you want to say something, Jeffrey?
No, I just want to say I really appreciate all the discussion. I think I just wanted to articulate too that again, the focus was to stay focused on the actual just impacts of the county and to not get off course and to stay in our lane. And I will say, as Congress begins to go through the reconciliation process and potentially looking at different changes to, say, some of the core services of Medicaid and those pieces. You know, the process then will be, the state will then have to think about what they want to do and how they respond. And so our advocacy at that point will probably shift to, because our goal will be to help protect general fund dollars, because ultimately we would be mindful of those programs, of how they could be impacting residents and also your general fund. So thinking about those pieces, and those conversations are beginning to happen in Sacramento as well. But I really appreciate this, and of course, if there's any changes or anything the board would wish, I'm all yours.
Okay, I think what I'm looking for is a motion and a second.
I will move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry, public comment. I'm so sorry.
We were talking too much.
Okay, let's open public comment.
There we go. My concern with this resolution is that it is partisan and not bipartisan. And I think just with your comments that you just made, it kind of made it partisan. And it's also redundant. And I'm kind of concerned that it's redundant. And I'm questioning myself, why are we having a resolution that's redundant with everything we're already doing in the county? And my concern was that I'm missing something. In other words, we're creating the resolution, and these are the items that we're agreeing on, that we're going to advocate or lobby towards. I'm concerned that we're going to be bringing in staff to lobby. I understand, Jeffrey, you working in your guys' office, being that advocate, but my concern is that each department is going to be involved in advocating for their own individual needs. And I just wanted to really raise concern that I hope that this is being advocated at the Board of Supervisors office, and these are the items, these 9, or that you guys could agree on that need to be advocated for, but it doesn't go into OES or into health with Ryan, or that our staff becomes advocates for this agenda. So it just seemed redundant, and I was concerned, why are we putting a resolution together that is actually all the stuff that was already happening? So I was just cautious. And I appreciate the fact that you guys can agree on the 9 items. I would just highly I'm really concerned that this is not a bipartisan resolution. There's a majority of you guys are Democrats. There's one conservative, maybe 2, and I don't even think the Board of Supervisors should be involved in partisan or bipartisan, because the board itself is supposed to be nonpartisan. It's just red flags to me. This resolution is happening when all of this stuff is already can happen and is happening. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Michael. And I would just say, we each have our own partisan opinions on things, but the focus on this resolution was, and we may have made comments to that, but the resolution, and we're engaging in a conversation. I'm just giving you my opinion in response. This resolution, we worked hard on it, and that's why we had Hardy and Sue on it, to really focus just on the county impacts, regardless of partisan issues. That's the point of it. So, thank you. No, we're not in a conversation, sorry. Public comment, and anybody on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. All right, then we're going to close public comment. We had a first and we had a motion and a second.
Okay. District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
I'm going to abstain.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. All right, thank you, everybody. It was a really good conversation on the board. I appreciate everybody being clear about their opinions and thoughts. It's important that we do that. Thanks, Jeffrey, for working on this. We will move on to our final item of the day. Hopefully a really nice, upbeat one, Eliza. And this will be, and Jeffrey, I think you're opening this. This will be a presentation from the Arts Collaborative of Nevada County. the Nevada County Arts Council on the 5-year Arts and Cultural Action Plan called Culture Forward. Look forward to hearing and seeing the images I know we'll get in this presentation.
Bree, could I put this in presentation mode? Would that be possible? Oh, yes, no, that's absolutely fine. Great. Good afternoon. We're here expressly to cheer everybody up, and we bring glad tidings from the Arts Council. I'm Eliza Tudor, Executive Director at Nevada County Arts Council, and sitting to my left is a brand new staff member with the Arts Council, Gianna Arbex, who has joined us fresh from Wild and Scenic Film Festival as their operations manager, and is now our Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District Program Manager, working closely with Kelly Cutler in Truckee Cultural District. So I'm delighted to welcome her too. So you're looking at a gorgeous picture taken late last year at the opening of Artists at Work, the culmination of a 2-year project called Upstate California Creative Corps, led by us. Through the Creative Corps, artists worked with units of government and social service agencies, tribal governments, environmental agencies, and local communities across 19 counties. The picture itself is a fantastic symbol of art in service to civic life and civic engagement, and a perfect place to launch into a conversation about Culture Forward. Culture Forward will manifest as a 5-year arts and culture action plan for our entire county, centering our 2 state-designated California cultural districts, but ensuring the participation of and support for communities in every corner of Nevada County, in every supervisorial district. Our planning partners are our California Cultural District partners, East and West. They are the City of Nevada City, the City of Grass Valley, the Town of Truckee, Truckee Arts Alliance, Grass Valley Chamber and Nevada City Chamber, Truckee Chamber, Grass Valley Downtown Association, and Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. When the California Arts Council acted on recommendations in 2017 that there be 2 tracks, urban and rural, within the California Cultural District certification process, a culturally sensitive path was laid relating to the nature of cultural assets and their distribution. Eligibility requirements relating to geographic boundaries were set, which stated that while urban cultural districts should be contiguous areas that are walkable, rural districts should not need to be walkable or even contiguous. Instead, they should make the case for how participating areas and/or entities are complementary and synergistic. Over 50 miles apart and separated by a mountain pass of over 7,000 feet, Truckee Cultural District and Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District are bound by county lines and have unique identities. Yet river systems, highways, railroads, and histories connect them, along with over 300,000 acres of national forest and communities with scarce resources. We have long understood the reality of our hub and spoke model, which recognizes that residents eager to get back to the land and connecting with nature in more isolated areas, as well as those escaping our endemic affordable housing crisis, nevertheless rely upon incorporated townships for gigs, recreation, education, supplies, services, and community. Thus, we join other rural California cultural districts in becoming hubs of artistic creation, innovation, production, presentation, and belonging, despite the seemingly dense wilderness areas that surround us. So I'm going to skip one of these because we all know what a cultural district is by now. But why does state designation matter? Being a cultural district gives us a competitive edge for grant funding and fundraising. It gives us a vehicle for better acknowledgement of our vibrant arts and cultural scene. It provides an umbrella brand to promote arts and culture and strengthen sustainable, thoughtful tourism. And it creates access and promotes equitable practices within our sector. So back to the example of our program, Upstate California Creative Corps, in shining a light on the role of artists as essential workers. In Nevada County alone, we invested close to $500,000 to support awareness for some of our most critical issues. Here are a few pictures taken at the opening of Artists at Work, which celebrated the work of our Nevada County artists in areas such as public health access, youth access to the arts, indigenous knowledge and language recovery, hunger relief, housing solutions, climate mitigation, disaster preparedness and emergency response, and in Eastern Nevada County, the immigrant experience. $60 million from the 2021-22 state budget was invested in the Creative Corps, with Nevada County Arts Council leading the upstate region, responsible for re-granting funds across 19 counties. But let's look at some of our foundational work for Culture Forward. In 2024, we led an RFP process resulting in the contracting of Scansion, a human-centered design consultancy. We chaired a cross-sector leadership roundtable. We supported Scansion's deep dive into key studies and reports, including the county's new Economic Development Action Plan, its Community Wildfire Protection Plan, its Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, the Sierra Economic Development District's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, that's SEDS, as you know, and our own recently published Arts and Economic Prosperity Report. We supported interviews with key experts in all these areas, and we created Arts and Culture Action Plan Framing Report. Our most recent economic impact study showed a $66 million of economic activity in the arts and cultural sector during 2023, supporting almost 1,500 jobs and providing $39.4 million in personal income to residents and generating $13.2 million in tax revenue to local, state, and federal governments. But this comes with a caveat. COVID-era recovery funds, now fully spent, had boosted revenues, even as audience behaviors have shifted. Enthusiasm for in-person events post-COVID has quickly waned, and our struggling venues now report fluctuating attendance and smaller group events. We know all this. The industry is driving growth and fostering community, yet is now navigating a completely different world. So we kicked off Culture Forward at our leadership roundtable last summer. A full day's agenda saw us include a panel on tourism, since one of the deliverables of our Culture Forward plan will be a regional marketing plan for the arts. And our panel included the VP of Global Tourism and Destination Advisory at JLL Consulting. They're leading Visit California's regional strategic tourism plan for Gold Country. The VP of Research and Policy at Americans for the Arts, the CEO of Visit Truckee Tahoe, and the Deputy Director of Creative West. And the discussion spanned the philosophy of destination development, the big picture of Visit California's work, and the economic and social impacts of cultural tourism locally. Now on to some fun stuff with some maps. With support from the county's incredible GIS department, thank you, Alison, we recently analyzed our cultural district impacts through the lens of their transportation sheds. That is, How many people have access to us within an hour's drive? As you can see from this map, both districts command a regional population transportation shed of over 1,500,000 people. And for Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District alone, we're looking at close to 1 million people within an hour's drive of us. This map shows Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District in relation, just as an example, not only to the cultural assets that drive our local economy, but access to affordable housing for artists. How can we protect the very workforce that so drives our economy and creates the sense of home we know and love, while simultaneously making it a welcoming place for visitors? Oops, I skipped that slide. There you are. The pink dots are affordable housing. And then we'll move on. And panning out again, one can see the enormous potential, not only for unique approaches in planning that acknowledge distinct communities, such as Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, but regional approaches that can be leveraged through proximity. Finally, our Culture Forward's deliverables are to identify avenues of funding and opportunities for partnership to stabilize our sector, to align local government investments in arts and culture with city and county goals and priorities in areas such as affordable housing, public safety, economic development, climate mitigation, emergency preparedness and disaster response, recreation and mobility. Put us to work to help you communicate your priorities. Partner with us. We want to identify career pathways and workforce development opportunities in the arts and cultural sector, to identify strategies to advance and integrate cultural equity for all Nevada County residents, and to recognize the importance of arts advocacy and inspire cultural leaders, creatives, volunteers, and audiences to flex their individual and collective power to protect and advance the arts for all of us. And importantly, to include a regional marketing plan that promotes sustainable cultural tourism, acknowledging the value of local participation. So there are many ways for us to, for folks to get involved. I think the county has already been very generous and shared the survey that we're asking all community members across all sectors and residents to take part in. At the end of April, so last week we were up in Truckee with our consultants. We held, I think, 5 listening sessions. Gianna, as our Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District Program Manager, attended all of them. We had a fantastic conversation with Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation and a couple of other funders up in Truckee. And we worked to bring all our community leaders together up in Truckee to make sure that their voices are part of this planning. And we'll be doing the same in Grass Valley, Nevada City Cultural District, and also up on the Ridge and in Penn Valley and in South County. So Rob, you've got to answer my email. at the end of April and the beginning of May. So lots of ways to participate. You'll be hearing from us, but we wanted to give you an update and make sure that you felt fully included as a partner. Thank you.
Oh, I was waiting for the last 2 slides. Are you finished?
Oh,
Eliza?
okay.
That's fine. We're out of time.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
How did I do with time?
Yeah, you're just
Good.
making it.
Great.
All right. Comments from the board? Questions?
Thank you. Eliza, thank you so much. I'm familiar with all of that. As the board chair, I spent a lot of time attending those events, and it was always a kind of a highlight for me. So thank you for everything you've done. It's incredible, and I followed your journey because you and I met when you were much smaller and much more contained in your mission, and so you've done such great work. I just wanted to congratulate you. And I'm a data guy, so I love seeing the data that you've presented. Like just when I was getting into the maps, you changed the slide, but I do appreciate you bringing forward the data points associated with It sounds like there are two different things, but to me, that's how you quantify the success. And I know our economy is changing, and I know that artists struggle. And when grant funding changes and the landscape financially changes, you have to pivot. We're here to help if we can, definitely through promotion and through partnerships where we can join forces with you. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Rob?
I guess I should first apologize for not getting back to you, but I will plan on the community engagement phase for the end of April, beginning of May, and we will get together leading up to that. But thanks for all your work on this. You mentioned the Wild and Scenic Film Festival, and I had a group stay at my place we have up here, and I attended some of the events. And, it's events like those and countless others that you realize we have a real jewel up here. It's off the beaten path, so getting the word out is a challenge, but love all the work you're doing and keep up the good work.
When we were first designated, California Arts Council paid us a visit along with some state legislators. And among the feedback, the very positive feedback, were also a few little sort of flags. And one of the flags was Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, and Nevada County as a whole have too many cultural assets. How sustainable is it? This is so amazing. Just how are we looking after them? So it'll be great to connect with South County. When we look at our cultural asset map, the Board of Supervisors knows this well, there's a little bit of an absence of those cultural asset points in South County, and I'm really looking forward to working with you to make sure that we're in there with you, advancing the arts for those community members there.
And I just want to add, Rob, thank you for being a lodging host. I know what that means for the Wild and Scenic, how the community comes together for that event and hosts filmmakers that are flying to our town across the globe. And just a piece of information from the Wild and Scenic, this was the best attended film festival yet since COVID, and it really shows, how the arts have such a vital role in difficult times, and it really did make the town so vibrant, and the vibe was so good. So yeah, just wanted to add that.
And of course, Truckee has its own Wild and Scenic. It goes on tour to Truckee every year.
Okay, we're going to keep on track here. Sue?
No, but Liza, I always enjoy listening to your, it's kind of, when I look back 4 years from now or 5 years when we started this, it really started to move again. It's really escalated into some wonderful areas. Even right here in our own building where you guys come and we share, that's so different than where we were 5 years ago. And so you're just making headway all over the place. I love that. All the way from Truckee. I hadn't even gone to Truckee very much before we did the fire. That was the first big one up there.
Forest fire.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah,
and so I look at some of the projects that were really big right off the bat that really made huge impressions. And right down to the last one when I couldn't come because I was unavailable. But I got to enjoy the after effects because it's here. So I do appreciate that. And I know the work like Lisa does, working with our art centers and all the things that we do, all the way to the foundry and the art culture that it brings here. So I am ever impressed with the work that you all do and how you're bringing people together. I still think of my favorite moment is sitting in my front yard with you and Ruth.
Me too. That's one of my favorite moments.
It really was, and because probably art wasn't really my main focus. That I even knew how to look into it so more depthly. So I always appreciate that, and that'll always be a very special moment. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Come a long way. I can remember, I don't know how many years ago, before we got cultural district designation, the budget of $35,000 and scraping every penny together. So to see where you were and where you've come is very impressive. And I'm really happy that we've been able to maintain our cultural districts because I know that there's redesignation in different years. And I think that speaks to the work that we've done that say that this is an important focus in Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee. And the fact that all three of our incorporated areas have cultural districts is a very strong testament to the work that has been done up here. Your consultants who are coming up to do the stakeholder meetings, were they reaching out individually? Because I had gotten a request from, I think, from somebody from the consulting team for a meeting, and I responded, but I never heard back. So I guess I can assume that they're just going to be here those days and they're going to be meeting with people, or how is that going to work?
No, I think our consultants would very much like to meet with you. And in fact, I specifically asked that they did because of your connection with the arts. I felt your voice was very important. The last I heard was that there was an appointment in the calendar. So I think there might have been a little communication glitch, and I'll follow up with that.
If there's an appointment, I don't have it on my calendar.
Okay.
So if you talk with them, if you could ask them to reach out to me
Will
directly,
do.
and I will definitely get it onto my calendar. But yeah, I just
Will do.
appreciate all the work that you've done. You know, I oftentimes use the cultural districts as a selling point to people. You know, we're the only rural county that has all three of our incorporated areas, you know, not just one, but three. And, you know, most rural communities have none. So I'm just going to say, keep up the good work. And if you haven't seen the magazine that they just put out, I went to the Muse opening a couple weeks ago, and they made the presentation on it. And it's a really beautiful publication, and I hope that people are picking it up and you're getting it delivered outside the community.
Absolutely. We're investing $10,000 of our operating budget to ensure the distribution along the I-80 corridor between Reno and San Francisco, up to Chico, down Highway 20. So, yes, it's very, very important. And it'll be an ongoing thing throughout the year.
Thank you for your presentation. It's always fun to see what's going on. I'm also thrilled that we have the cultural districts, and so supportive of any way we can support our artists in this community. We know they contribute to our economic viability here, as well as just providing joy and beauty. So that's, really we'll continue to support anything we can do there. You raised the issue of sustainability. We're seeing what's happened to the Minor Foundry and the issues with the Center for the Arts, and sustainability, the ability to sustain all our arts organizations and projects is an issue. And I know I owe you a meeting. I had to cancel our last one. So I'm concerned about that going forward, the sustainability of your organization as well as the other arts, and how we're going to keep our artists uplifted and supported. So I look forward to a conversation with you about that too, and what your group is going to be doing, and how we're all going to be trying to keep moving together forward.
Our consultants will be looking very closely at the state and potential for the venues, our venues here. So we'll be having a special focus group as well as public listening sessions on venues. We've already had those conversations up in Truckee. It's an endemic issue, so it's time to just rethink how we model those venues in support of the venues themselves and the communities that they serve.
I'm glad you're looking at that. That's great. Okay, thank you. Public comment? No, I don't see any. Anyone on the phone?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, closing public comment. I am looking for a motion and a second to accept the presentation.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much, Eliza.
Thank you, Heidi.
Board members, don't leave yet. We have to come back really quickly to item 21. We apparently didn't vote on it, and none of us caught that, starting with me. That was the public health. We didn't, I know, so my apologies. So I need a motion and a second to accept the resolution proclaiming April 7th through 13, 2025 as Public Health Week in Nevada County.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, let's take a vote.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.